camera, sound, marker, and action. Greetings, Sleeper Agents, and welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your manager, Mikey, and today we return to our first playthrough of Limbus Company for the Canto 4 finale. The Chapter 4 finale, Chapter 4 Part 3, is how they probably labeled it back at launch, but we're going all the way to Canto 9. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you all had a lovely weekend. Vanwa coming in first, 17 times now. Salutations, Raquel. Dragsa, how you doing? And Daron, thank you for streaking with us. 15 stream streaks, that's a lot of streaking. Thank you for streaking and never crossing the streams, preventing any untoward explosions to happen in chat. Always great to have you, Daron. Thank you for checking in, Zan. Good luck, have fun to us. I don't know what's going to happen in the finale. Are we going to hit another boss wall? Do we just steamroll it using support characters? Who knows? And thank you for coming in second, Zen. That is 20 times now you've been second place. Let's get to it. I think a few other sleeper agents added us off stream. So I want to have a look at their profiles, show it off a bit. So if you add us, you better be careful. You better make sure your windows are presentable. Because we do have a look at them before we add them. Oh, right. I didn't do my dailies today. Friends. You finished the OG Arknight's main story? What? How's that? That quickly? Holy crap. Congratulations on finishing the current OG Arknight story. You're updated now. Incredible being able to catch up. If you had to guess about boss walls, no, Dongbek was probably the most likely one to wall you. We'll see, and we also have support units to fall back on. But holy crap, congratulations on finishing Arknights. I never thought I'd see the day. It was rough, but was it a good story? Was it fun? Was it rewarding after all that pain? Once again, the fault lies with Nagel und Hammer. All of it. Is that going to be a running thing? Is that blame it on Nagel und Hammer? Oh, this is so cute. Magical girls. Who's this? This is Don Quixote and... Who's that? Requesting your most rigorous head. Ooh. My goodness. Swaggy, welcome in. You missed your Canto 3 Dungeon Delve, and I was going to say something. Cromer is hot and still... You mentioned this last time. You made it evidently clear, Swaggy. And I'm like, yeah, you can fix her. And I think someone was also like, we don't need to fix her. Like, okay, you do you. Queen of Hatred? If Queen of Hatred, why friendship? requesting your most rigorous first the head, and now requesting your most rigorous creamer. Oh, I wonder what these messages were trying to imply. Yo, what's this? It's terrifying. Oh, bloody magical girl. Well, you are my love. Why does this give like very yandere vibes? Yo, Blushy Penny, welcome in. I will definitely celebrate with that chili dog after this. And ego, creamer was the funniest word they could have added to the pool. And I love these preset messages in... I mean, of course, it'd be cool if we had our own messages, but we can't really police that. You can't really moderate that. But it's been fun. Like, if you have a fun collection of words, you get awesome messages like this. And stuff like in the Dark Souls messages. And Elden Ring messages. People can get very creative with their meanings. and innuendos. Well, you are my love. Bloody yandere girl Don Quixote. Oops. Accept. Thank you for adding us off stream. Our sinners are updated for now. We're gonna be using this. Man, Encephalon fills up so quickly. I wish the limit was higher. It will be higher the more we play. Where are we? We are... Nothing! We are nothing! Do you have meat as one of the words? You could guess how that went for a while. Yes. Finger. Butt. Hole. Behold. What did they call the turtle in Elden Ring? It is not a turtle. Behold. Something. At about the level 100s, you have about 130 energy. We're only level 24. What? So that's barely any difference. We're 108 now. About the level 100s, you get 130? I guess they really want you logging in regularly and converting it. Alright. Thank you for the lurk, Sabo. Be gone, bot. Did Sari bot catch it in time? Yep. Good bot, Sari. Like clockwork, morning and 6 p.m. evening. I should take note of this. Yeah, I noticed it fills up twice within 24 hours. Yeah, but since we're bursting through the story, I didn't want to like solidify it today. So we are beginning part 4, well, 449, which you guys say is part 3 in the original release schedule. Y'all ready? Man. The last 2 chapters are, again, I'm still really enjoying the story. And the Isang perspective just makes it feel also poetic and reflective. Pun intended. We're here for the event, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
네, 원하신다면
40%. Canto 4 really resonated with a lot of people. I wonder why. The length of it really took away from my experience. But did you play this during original launch? Like releasing in 3 parts? Because again, yeah, you're right. The experience can be very different if we can binge it from part 1 to part 3. And the fact that they skip battle stages, I think helps the pacing. Because it skipped a lot of battle like there's so many battles that it skipped. See, like skip. So we didn't do the battle stages. I did get stuck on a node for a while because I didn't bother understanding what I read. Sounds familiar. I wonder who's been win rating all the way to the end game, boss. Couldn't be me.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
I learned to read a bit.
그리하여.
Back to inner reflection. And deathly beauty. The weekly release format was new, so it is a bit wonky. Isan gets stabbed, and then you're left for a week. Ah, okay. Well, that's a cliffhanger. Also, I didn't know there was a skip function. I had to fight through every single node. Yeah, yeah. So it is very different now that we have all three parts and skipping combat nodes. So I didn't. It does feel long, but I haven't felt like I was bogged down. And of course, the perspective of time, you have to wait a week for the next part or weeks. That also changes things up.
여전히 난 아무것도 인가.
Are we ever nothing? As the intense golden glow fades, the space begins to twist and morph.
황금 가지가 이런 힘까지 갖고 있었던 건가요? 자아심도에 진입하지도 않은 것 같은데 이미 존재하는 공간까지 바꿀 정도였나요?
황금가지와 연관된 현상에 일일이 물음과 흥분을 내보이는 것은 의미가 없습니다. 여러분도 파우스트에게도 눈앞 지금 세계의 상황은 모두가 최초 목격자일 테니까.
Really? It's the first
앞으로도 알수 없는
time.
일이 펼쳐질 것이라 보는 게 확률상 옳은 판단이겠죠.
Okay.
그러게요. 저렇게.
It also came out of the chicken intervalo, whose event was a ridiculous slog. I'm not sure if we were allowed to skip combat nodes in the chicken intervalo, but it went by quickly for us. The hype got me later on, just like I couldn't wait a week for the next episode, so to speak. Yeah. And there is, of course, the whole conversation about what is the best way to enjoy for example, a television series. Do you prefer the dump the entire series and let people binge it on their own time pattern, like format, or like the Game of Thrones HBO every week, weekly episodes? Because it does change the way we perceive the story, and within a community context, it also changes how we talk about the story. Unknown Agent, welcome in. 27. You love me some K Corp ampules? You can have them all. You know, I don't need the ampules. You can keep them. It's not about the number of nodes. It is about the currency grind. Ah, okay. Sorry. Yeah. You guys told me about that. You needed 1,000 of those damn plushies. 2 to 30 times. Jesus. 20 to 30 times. When they released the game, people call it a gacha game made by people who don't know how to make gachas, which did reflect on how they make grinding out chicken event rewards. They learned from this. And I'm glad. They will learn from this. But they're also not the only ones. People like the gacha game, gacha games made by people who know gacha. The events can be such slugs because they want player retention. It gets to a point where it's like, oh no, another long event. I don't feel like doing it. Unable to properly articulate her words any further, Ishmael pointed a finger instead.
죽은 사람들까지 되살릴 정도라니.
Oh, nice. Bodies that had been devoid of life for a while begin to rise. Their organs or body parts were severely damaged. This could only be described as resurrection.
아무리 그래도 죽은 사람을 되살리는 능력은 너무 얼토당토하는 얘긴데 K사 HPM 플로도 그러진 못한다면서.
Really, Gregor?
완벽히 죽은 자를 되살리는 기술이나 특이점이 없었으리라 보기는 힘들다. 하지만 그런 기술 전쟁통에서조차 듣고 본 적 없다. 그렇다는 건 이건 도시에 만연할 수 없는 기술이라는 셈이군. 아마 이 상황은 머리에...
네, 머리에 금기 조항까지 거슬렀을 가능성이 있네요.
The head.
림버스 컴퍼니. 탄테와 동기화한 덕에 부활 체험을 하고 있는 저희와는 양상이 전혀 다릅니다.
다르고 틀리다. 저들은 우리와 다르게 온전한 형태의 재생이 아니다. 그저 그저 살아있기만 한 상태에 지나지 않다.
Zombies.
의식도 이성도 없어 보이는군.
그 말은 반대로 자아와 육체를 모두 되살려야 머리의 금기를 어기는 것일지도 모르겠구만.
They also learned from Canto 4 because one of the main complaints was the length. PM do not understand gacha games. I mean, free 4 characters for anniversary. I like how not understanding gacha games is a compliment to them. That sounds very generous. 4 characters on anniversary. Well, Genshin fans would be crazy if they can pick their character. Yeah, glory to Project Moon. I've been enjoying the story. I haven't really engaged much in the gacha mechanics, but again, I've been loving it as a visual novel. Hey, so I was just distracted because I was just thinking about us and our own revival mechanics. Sounds too implausible for Gregor. Otis does have a point. Like, with the possibilities of singularities, it's unlikely that there was absolutely no technology about it. So it's more about, like, people are restricting it. Like a cure to cancer, for example, and the conspiracy behind that. It's not a kind of technology allowed to prosper because it would throw the balance out of whack. The head might. Are we talking about the head of the city? Indeed, it may well be an act of taboo as established by the head. Is the head like the city's government? Okay. Head of the city. It's completely different from Limbus Company's case where we can experience revival by synchronizing with Dante. It's not about like a... Well, Faust says it's different. It's different. It's different and wrong. Mersault talking about this, what we're seeing. It's not a complete restoration. They're merely animated like a zombie. They appear to lack consciousness and reason. I guess it would only count as a taboo if both the body and the mind are recovered. If it was very effective, then the head will probably go, that's gonna throw balance out of order. Taboo. But it's like, you can play with your undead puppets. It's fine. The ruling power? Okay. All diseases can be cured, you just need money. A very dystopian world. But, you know, diseases, curing it, sure. But outright revival, resurrection, like complete resurrection, I can definitely see how that can... In a way, it will be a threat to the city's stability. Head is ABC, corpse to rule over it. If it's capital H, basically the ruler of the city. Okay. Money, SpongeBob, money. Money, SpongeBob, money. Sorry, that is supposed to be Mr. Krabs, but I imagine SpongeBob saying it. Alright. Interesting. I mean, I'm not surprised. We have zombies, sure. But what happened here? Last episode,
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다.
we
제가
notice
제공한
anyone
것은
talking?
아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
It's not Angela anymore.
모두를 지워버리죠. 필연자. 절대자.
Last episode,
피해를 입었군요.
Dongrang
내가 마이크를 잡으니
Dongrang
손쉽게 이루어지네요.
stabbed Dongbek.
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
소바지.
어중간한 예술.
We made it random, so you'll also get Yuri. But yeah, I like Samjo. The boy took a dive into the unknown. He died proud, so salute. You can be our announcer.
같아요. 어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
I'm wondering now if it's gonna be a pattern. If all the announcers,
유익한 책이
or if
또
a lot
하나
of the
늘었네.
announcers are NPCs that get killed off.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
So whenever there's an NPC we
이렇게
like
하나씩
that
알아가다
dies, we'll probably
언젠간
get them as an announcer.
하지만
There, I think we skipped the combat node. Yay!
그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도 인간
Yeah, dude, no hesitation. It's like, it saved so many lives. It helped me. It saved my life. I believe in my company. I believe in these HP ampules. Let me show you. And he was gone. Dude, 07 to that guy. I have to warn about the upcoming ID. It's a big spoiler. Okay. I'm not really paying attention too much to the current banners because we're not updated with the story. Gregor's VA did voice Mr. Krabs. Yeah. Thanks for that reminder. I'm just imagining Gregor with 2 bug arms now. I don't think we have a Shenhe announcer. I forgot. Shenhe? There was a third announcer in the shop that was redacted for spoilers.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
When I took a closer look at the revived foes after the battle, I could see a liquid of a familiar hue flowing from their eyes. Oh, the blue thing.
단테, 주위에 황금 가지가 느껴지나요?
The girl who got bisected? Shren? Yeah, I was actually wondering, is there a Shren announcer? Because I would have also gotten Shren, but I guess not. So we have Yuri and Samjo. New ID spoilery, but fun as heck. Essentially a team leader ID, so a bit less interesting. I'd be done if it was team. Well, I mean, if I have I have the ID of Rodia now. If I have like the some current IDs, but I don't understand the context or what mirror world they're from or how they relate to the main story, you know, it doesn't really feel like a spoiler, I guess. Dante, do you feel the golden bow's presence nearby?
황금 가지는 동백이라는 자에게 꽂혀 있었지만
Okay, we've remembered right. Dongbek's body. I can't find her corpse anywhere. Must have been moved away when the space twisted. But it can't be too far away. I'm sure of it. I can feel it.
동랑 씨도 보이지 않아요.
Dongrang.
죽은 동백과
동랑.
같은 위치에 있을 가능성이 높겠어요.
지금까지 저희는 자아 심도를 동시에 경험했어요. 아마 단테 씨의 그 친밀함이라고 해야 할까요?
Affinity.
무슨 되지도 않는 소리야. 친밀?
Yeah, Heathcliff's affinity. We've experienced the phantoms of ego at the same time. The domain expansion of Dongbek. Man. Damn it, Dongrang. I knew that contract was too good to be true. It's not just gonna hand over the golden bow. I guess I was staring too much at Genshin. Is Shenhe from Genshin? I don't play anymore. If you can speedrun the Canto, maybe it can't be a spoiler. I don't know. Again, I have no context for any of this, or any of the new IDs, so we'll see. So it's one of those IDs where it shines best when you have the other support IDs. Dongbek, I got stuck on for a week because I didn't bother reading properly. Thankfully, chat reminded us to read about it, and it used the same mechanics as a boss fight in Honkai Star Rail. So I'm like, I've seen this before. Get rid of the bows. Get rid of the sprouts. Usually that's a general rule in boss fights. A general rule in like these RPG boss fights. In any boss fight. Take care of the ads first. Or take care of the special units that they summon first. The dueling. Thankfully, since we had newer IDs, we didn't get to the point of dueling. 9 coins. Our own 9 coins now. Our own 9 coins. Cleared the last part before we got to dueling.
결속을 말하시는 건가요?
네,
Chains.
그 결속에 대한 영향 중 하나였던 거죠. 그럼 동랑님 같은 분이 자아심도에 도달하면 어떻게 되는 건가요?
그거야 이제부터 알아보러 가면 되지 않겠는가? 일단 저들부터 해치우세나.
That's optimistic. Yeah, we'll find out eventually. There's no use speculating about it now.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원.
The fudge, how do I save my other sinners? Not realizing into the duel. I used the win rate on her when it was on season 4. Hey, you have to be proud of us. We never used the win rate button on her.
그대는 어디까지
입에 발린
각오했을지.
공간보다는 신속한 해결이 우선 아니겠습니까?
They're usually great, but also uniquely busted in their own way.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝이야.
Yeah, I mean, I've already experienced the power. I'm already experiencing the power creep with 9 coins. Who knows where Project Moon's gonna go from there?
좀더
실험적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니
Ah, everyone's talking! Everyone's talking!
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Maybe we should just choose one announcer.
언젠간
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려.
Binding 3.
그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도. 이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
Oh, he isn't even a capstone ID. But he did say he requires his support units to really shine.
어디까지 각오했을지.
For the maximum synergy.
무상한 목숨. 방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요. 불끄듯 지원했군.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요.
필연자.
역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
서바주.
Are announcers speaking from their mirror world?
얘라는 소재를
더
분간한다.
어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
다음엔
정해진
당신의
운명이라네.
소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
이게 심장.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
잠깐.
Why was Goat auto-modded?
예측할 수 없게.
And Corp Sinclair is pretty good. Nagel Unhammer? Right. That ID would have been there at that time. The one who shall grip Sinclair. I did see the art for it. Very cool. The one with Cromer. She's fighting beside Cromer. That looked pretty cool. No. Yeah, Sinclair. Yeah, the one who grips Sinclair. Yeah. Heath.
불만을 해소해준 보람. 시간 끌 것 없이 지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개발해 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야. 최근엔 좋았어요.
The second triple OID you got. Oh, the one who grips Faust.
심장이.
Nice.
정해진 운명이 결정. 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
grips
도시에는
Faust?
내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠가
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가.
Who grips Faust?
하지만
Reminisce League.
아직 기약.
Suppress the dungeon boss. Oh, we're here, chat.
그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도.
You may not select the support identity for Isang. Isang must always participate in battles. Well, lucky for us. Do you grip Faust or does Faust grip you? Why not both? Announcers are canonically supposed to be recordings taken at unspecified times. Recordings? Oh, okay. Didn't know they added that. The Isang must be no support and must be on the team. Interesting.
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
As we approach the center of the golden bow's resonance, I noticed scattering piles of yellow. With a twisting space, petals were wavering.
저 너머에 이상 씨의 자심도가 있는 거군요.
Come on, let's get in.
와, 이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄 진짜 몰랐는데 황금가지라는 것 때문인가? 아니면 네 덕분인 걸까, 이상?
When we got there, Dongrang greeted us merrily.
아늑하네. 여긴 어디였어, 이상 씨?
유일하게 숨을 쉴 수 있는 곳이요.
That's why they look like run tape recorders. Oh, okay. Using Shin and Mang on the back street dwellers. Hey, Noella, thank you for lurking. There are stacks of papers on the desk.
보통 이런 건 우리 같은 손님들을 보고 읽으라고 놓아두는 거지.
Isan quietly picks up a stack. I couldn't begin to imagine what thoughts his face may have suggested as he silently read the letters on them.
언젠가 내가 썼던 편지 그리고 형식은
Oh, a play.
극본이구려.
그렇다면 이는 연기자만큼의 수가 배부되어 있다고 보는 것이 합당하다.
하면 아무도 없는 것이 아니라 기다림이었던 것이겠소.
아, 이거 아무래도 분위기상 우리가 낭독을 해야 할 것 같지? 어쩌면 동백이 올지도 모르겠어, 이상. 만약 동백이 죽기 직전에 이 공간 뭐라 불러야 할지 모르겠네.
Oh, there's even a kitty.
공간의 입구가 열렸다면 말이야. 동백의 의식이 같이 휘말렸을 수도 있겠네. 우리처럼.
동백을 찌른 연유는
Her consciousness.
생각보다 너무 미적거리더라고. 뭐 이렇게 끝맺는 말이 필요한 거야?
연유를 말하시오.
아니, 너도 알았잖아, 이상. 그 상태의 동백은 죽음을 바로 맞이할, 그것도 고통스럽게 흐드러져 버릴 상태였다는 걸. 그러니 분노를 머금고서도 내게 뱉어내지 못하는 거잖아. 어차피 거기서 거기였으니.
이번 자아심도는 이전과는 다른 방식으로 나타나려나 보군요.
Phantoms of ego.
자아심도는 누군가의 마음이 구현화된 장소 혹은 형상.
Thank you for the explanation, Faust. The phantoms of ego are places or images of someone's mind made manifest. Dongrang said something about Dongbaek's consciousness being wrapped in, but did we not enter this physically?
그로부터 나오는 에너지는 강력하고 복잡해서 수감자 외 이상 씨와 깊이 관련이 된 주위 사람까지 끌어당길 수 있죠.
그래? 그러니까 시덥잖은 이 연기를 할 광대놈들이 여기까지 끌려왔다. 맞지?
추측일 뿐이지만 네, 그럴 것 같네요. 각자의 역할에 맞게 최선을 다하는 수밖에 없겠죠.
못한다면?
자아심도에서 표출하려는 형상이 망가져서 결과적으로는 황금가지로 도달하지 못하겠죠.
Really?
원본, 즉 이상 씨가 가지고 있는 실제 기억과 최대한 유사하게 흘러가야 한다는 뜻입니다.
We must reenact the original's actual memories as closely as possible. It's like synchronization. Right, so it's all for synchronizing with the golden bow. And accessing that memory, accessing that golden bow.
좋아, 완벽하게 알아들었다고. 그러니까 뭐야? 간 떨어지는 줄
Oh,
알았잖아.
내겐 돌연적으로 혹은 우연적으로 혹은 숙명적으로 함께하게 된 이들이 있었지.
그 말 멋있네.
그러게 왜 문 앞에 얼간이처럼 서 있는 거니?
얼간이? 잠깐, 넌 아까 분명
사람 얼굴이 그렇게 뚫어지게 봐? 죽은 사람 보는 것처럼? 왜? 새삼 멋있어 보이니?
맞아요, 감룡. 촌뜨기 같이 굴지 마요. 이름값이라도 하고 싶은 거예요?
Gapriong? Okay, are we reading from the script now?
이 새끼가 지금 뭐야?
Yeah, I was reading from the
그게 아니라
script. as you're reading it.
대본이에요, 대본. 제가 집은 종이에는 그렇게 쓰여 있단 말이에요.
뭘 그렇게 자기들끼리 속닥거려?
그게 말이야, 동백. 감룡이가 새삼스럽게 우리가 어떻게 여기 T사에 모이게 되었는지 회상을 하고 있어서.
아, 괜히 거슬리네. 야, 그 이름 부르지 마라.
좋네요. 감룡이도 항상 그렇게 말하곤 했거든요. 자기 본명으로 부르지 말라고.
Perfect casting.
당신이 말할 순번이요, 상어.
상효.
그러니까 우리의 고향 에스사는 알다시피 많은 것이 망가지고 변하고 있는 격동의 상태였다.
Didn't Otis say? I heard Otis say Chronica. Gonna make some nongshim. What is nongshim? Is that like Korean noodles or something? Is that an instant noodle emote? As one might know, our hometown, S-Corp's district, was going through a turbulent time, many things breaking and changing.
허울 좋은 말만 늘어놓는 윗선의 몽상과들과 부패한 탐관오리들 때문에 민생과 경제는 매일같이 불안정하며 일그러졌고 날개 간의 협약, 취직, 그 무엇 하나 보장해주지 못한 채 우리같이 지식을 추구하고 공부하려 하던 연구원들은 간단한 나사못 하나를 구하는 것조차 벅찬 상황이었지. 그때 영지 형이 우리를 불러 모았다.
Brother Youngji.
아, 이상과 동백이는 제가 불렀잖아요. 같은 동네에서 자랐으니까요.
그래, 영지 형과 동랑이 우리를 불러 모았다.
제가 말했어요. T사라는 날개는 한창 눈부신 기술의 발전이 이루어지고 있는 곳이라 기계와 기술의 발명에 아낌없는 지원을 하고 있다고. 그러니 부품들을 구하는 건 일도 아니며 그곳의 사람들은 모두가 발명을 업으로 삼으며 살아간다 라고. 그래서 뜻이 맞는 자들끼리 함께 그 모든 위협을 무릅쓰고 맨몸으로 도망쳐 건너온 거랍니다.
Can't imagine how difficult it is to get to transfer wings. I don't think she said Kronika, probably a Korean phrase that sounds like it. Yeah, it sounded like Kronika to me. So the like-minded ones defected to the districts empty-handed, risking everything.
모두의 바람대로 우리는 이곳에서 연구를 계속할 수 있었지.
Nice.
비록 그 속의 색은 반납해야 했기에 보이는 눈부심은 없었지만.
As Merceau, or the League of Nine Litterateurs member he played, pointed out, I couldn't see any color in this place. Even the flower just outside the window was devoid of color, waving like a turbid blur.
T사에서는 색깔을 가진다는 것이 일종의 특권이에요.
Oh.
색을 빼앗는다고요?
It's like the giver.
색깔은 곧 정체성이니까요. 유일성을 빼앗으려면 그것만큼 좋은 방법이 없겠죠. 그렇지 않나요?
맞아요.
그리고 가진 것 없는 놈이 그나마 가지고 있던 무언가였기라도 하지.
Damn.
야, 아는 계속 떠들고만 있을 거니? 오늘은 낭수래잖아. 잘 봐. 내가 기깔난 놀이를 만들어 왔으니까. 보렴. 이전보다 잘 터지지 않니?
대체 왜 옛날부터 아니라 폭죽에 집착했던 거예요, 동백 씨?
여기서는 밤에도 대낮같이 환한 조명들이랑 증기연기 때문에 별이 안 보이잖아. 고향에서는 별이 진짜 예뻐서 다 같이 하늘 보는 재미가 있었는데.
Can't imagine how awkward it would feel if I was Isang around now. Just watching his memories staged. I can imagine him right now sitting in the audience and watching this unfold on stage. Very dramatic.
심지어 색마저 없지. 우리가 있던 곳에서는 그나마 꽃의 색이라도 볼 수 있었는데. 그래서 이렇게라도 보고 싶어. 이것 봐. 비록 색이 없어도 보이잖아. 불꽃은 참 따뜻한 색깔이라는 거.
Red.
아, 부끄럽네. 나는 이렇다 할 기술이 아직 없어.
그걸 그렇게 해맑게 말할 일이니?
Even in a monochrome world.
길거리에 다친 동물들을 치료하는 것만 해도 시간이 모자라더라고.
Even in a monochrome world or a monochrome image, you can adjust the feel of it by applying color filters. I'm not sure what it was. I forget what it was. Like red and green filters will alter the look and feel of your monochrome images by boosting reds and lessening greens, I think, or something.
고향에 두고 온 누렁이가 생각나서 발걸음을 못 대겠는 거 있지?
Yellow calf.
너를 엄청 잘 따랐는데. 뭔가
No.
좋다고.
어미한테 버려졌으니까 기대어 온기를 느낄 곳을 찾는 건 생물의 본능이야.
뭐 지금쯤이면 새끼를 뱄으려나?
아마 아닐걸? 수송아지였거든.
또 시작이네. 감룡, 네 외상값 받으려고 술집 주인이 또 찾아온 것 같은데 얼른 나가보지 그래?
The bar owner.
뭐야 저 새끼들? 왜 여기까지 찾아온 거야?
황금가지와 이상 씨의 강한 공명으로 인해 K사 연구소 전체가 가지의 영향을 받고 있어요. 덕분에 저들도 같이 휘말렸지만 이상 씨와는 아무 고리가 없죠. 아무런 역할도 부여받지 못한 자들이기에 이곳을 훼손하려 할 거예요. 자아심도가 불안정할수록 더 심해지겠죠.
그러니까 우리가 빨리 이곳의 이야기를 진행해야 된다는 거군요. 누구처럼 꿈을 대면서 종이에 적힌 대본대로 안 읽고 얼빵하게 헛짓거리를 할수록 더 많은 적에게 노려진다는 거잖아요.
Like a certain complete oath. Ishmael began to lightly limber up, cracking her joints.
그러니 일단은 눈앞의 적들에게 집중하죠.
Oh, ego gift get. We were neither high flyers nor greedy vultures. We were merely children who loved technology. What's the difference between a sword and this thing?
저 살점을 찢으면
Ah, normal versus focus battle.
붉게
Thanks.
칠해지겠지?
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다. 뭐
그래.
제가
Pecatulum
제공한 것은
gule.
아니긴 하지만
잘 맞추면
마음 놓고 공격하시죠.
칭찬해주겠어.
It happened while I was passing by a jungle. It was a dense green wilderness full of tall flowers and trees, as well as outlandish bees and butterflies. You can find all kinds of unfathomably strange creatures in a place like that. For example, that flower. It's said that a plant can't normally move on its own. One, it takes root, it stays there for the rest of its life. That's what people consider a major difference between plants and animals. But those plants were like a pack of rabid beasts. A group of them charged at us, raising their teeth flowers like it was their head. The roots morphed into limbs that no longer served the original purpose, and there didn't seem to be any space in their bodies for strong nutrients. Yet, those scrawny stems were hungrily seeking the missing sustenance, continuously shoving things into the mouth, despite being unable to absorb any of it. What an odd creature that was. Goulet? Gluttony? I don't...
Sauvage.
Gula's gluttony? Yay! We got something right.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
더 야성적인 깊이로 개라는 소재를 통달한다면
Nice.
정해진 운명이 결정. 좋아.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았던 너희들
운명적인 죽음.
처음부터 거래를 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가
calf.
모르는 것들이 많아.
그간 평안하였는지 모르겠소. 바깥으로는 꽃이 피고 드문드문 새가 지저귀는 소리가 들리는구려. 꽃향기는 제멋대로 풍겨지나 그들이 한데 섞이면 그건 그것대로 퍽 달큰한 향기가 되어 그대도 맡아본 적이 있을지 모르겠어.
동백이는 항상 얼굴에 그늘이 져 보여서 신경이 많이 쓰였는데 낭수레에서 보여주는 것엔 언제나 웃음이 담겨 있는 것 같아 보기가 좋네. 우리에겐 못다한 웃음을 기술에서 대신 보여주는 거로 생각해도 되는 걸까?
뭐 자유롭게 생각하던가.
이상, 무슨 생각을 하고 있어? 네 표정은 항상 종잡을 수 없어. 그래서 늘 의중이 궁금하단 말이야.
지금껏 스쳐간 이들 또한 그대와 같은 물음을 던졌소. 허나 언어로 명료히 내어놓기에 걸맞는 재주도 없었거니와 매끄러이 정리할 수 없을 정도로 묵지근하고 어지러워 늘 백지를 건네고야 마는 것이 나의 대답이었지.
Nothing.
알잖소. 아무것도.
You pretty much press win rate on all your fights, so it doesn't really matter if you're fighting a normal battle or focus battle. That's true. Until we get to the boss.
사실은 아무것도 아닌 게 아니었던 것 같소. 나는
Nothing, still something.
파릇하게 흩날리고 싶었으며 서걱거리는 마음에 씨앗이 박히는 듯한 일렁임을 느끼곤 했지.
Man, I need to focus. There's so much poetry in motion here. Okay. I would feel a desire to scatter into the winds in lush blue, sensing the sway of seeds plunging into my scrawling mind.
어때요? 제 연기는 볼만했나요?
Well done, Honglu.
영지영은 언제나 다정함이 넘치는 인물이었어. 누군가를 쉽사리 미워하거나 힐난하지 않았지. 그 점이 닮았어.
I'm surprised they can read out a script for the first time without messing up the lines. Well, if they have the script in front of them and they're table reading it, I doubt they memorized it. They're just reading it. But their performances really sound like they're not reading it, right? Professional actors. Magic Conch, tell us what to do to escape from the kelp forest, Isang. Nothing. Which is still something.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다. 소바주.
무상한 목숨. 불끈한 지원의 뻔.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
매뉴얼을 만들어주길 잘했네. 그렇게만 좀 긁혔어?
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요. 칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
그대는 어디까지 가고있을지 이기 심장이 잠깐 이기 심장이 모아뭉중.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
When you're so good at something that when asked to be a beginner, you still kill it anyway. These are talented sinners. Give them a script and they just go with it. And they soar with it. Couts too! Welcome in. It's filled with K-Corp's ampules. Oh! Oh, good for us. Hey, Dante. Can't we take at least one of those? Negative. The ampule injector is only in this room, so it will not be possible to use them outside of this place. What will we do? Use the ampule! Lo! Warnings are written on the ampules! Skimming through the glass bottles, I could see tiny notices attached to them. However, the text was too dense to read properly. Missing parts? Insufficient? Stop? I have no idea what this is saying. Manager Esquire, it would appear that this device has two modes, single and group. It certainly looks like it's up to me to choose. What will we do? Use the ampule on everyone. I'm not reading the effects. Shouldn't hurt to let all the sinners benefit from it. I press the group button. Ugh. This is weird. I'm feeling sick all of a sudden. A number of sinners groaned in pain. Thinking about what they had in common, I realized that they were all uninjured. This must not be something you may administer to healthy individuals. Better be careful next time. We're fine. When I read it, I was just imagining half of the sinners not even acting or reading the script in character. Maybe it's one of those things where I'm just gonna say like domain expansion, golden bow magic or whatever. Maybe the moment we touch that script and then accept it to be part of the play, maybe the words kind of... Maybe we kind of own the words and we can just go on like on autopilot to replay the scene. We have an ad break starting soon. Brace yourselves.
본인과 같군.
Yeah, too much of a good thing is a bad thing.
말이야. 이번에 내가 만든 흥미로운 것을 보여주고 싶었어.
Ooh, I'm so curious about this window.
영지, 이게 뭐야?
덧없이 지는 것이 세상에는 너무 많지 않아? 나비는 그저 가볍게 날아오르고자 했을 뿐인데 그 죄로 영영 삶을 떠나버려야 되는 건 너무 안타깝지 않은가 싶어서.
설마 죽은 것을 되살린 거야? 그런 기술은 머리에서 조약적으로
The head's treaty forbidden.
아니요. 사체는 그대로이나 무언가 더 씌워졌구려.
맞아. 정확히 말하면 유리창이야. 창 안에서 나비는 이제 자유로워질 수 있는 거지. 연못을 건너려다 날개가 젖어버려도, 소나기에 잡혀 가루로 부서져도, 꽃을 찾지 못해 메말라 가더라도.
The Pete's Fish, welcome in. I see Ideal. Hi, I do see it too. You're in good company. What's that index Isang? Insane luck? Yep. 30 pulls. And we got the current banner Rodia and index Isang. Super lucky. Even if thank you for the follow counts. Even if its wings dampen while trying to cross a pond and gripped in somebody's hands and crumble to dust or dry out due to the lack of flowers.
나비는 멈추지 않을 거야. 그러다가 마침내 먼 훗날엔
바다까지 건너게 되는 것이겠네요. 그렇게 되면 나비는 바다조차도 무섭지 않게 되는 걸까요?
하, 엄청나네 영지. 이 기술 정도의 수준이라면 활용이 무궁무진하겠어.
영지, 정말 이 기술 낭소래만을 위해 만든 거 맞아?
그게 무슨 말이야?
각자의 생업에서 일을 마치고 시간을 짬짬이 내어 취미 삼아 만든 기술을 서로에게 보여주며 감상을 나누는 것. 그것이 우리 구인회가 가지는 낭수래의 의의이자 낭만 아니었어? 그런데 이 기술은 단순히 취미로 만든 것이 아닌 것 같은데? 너 설마 아직 그때 일 때문에...
동백은 그렇게 보는구나. 너의 견해도 궁금한데, 이상?
The window. Proper being a filmmaker. Also just call me Fish. Got it, Fish. There's like a fan-made... We do TTRPGs. Like, we haven't done it on this stream yet, but I have guested on some people's streams. But we do play TTRPGs off-stream. I'll never get tired of TTRPGs. There's like 5 fan-made TTRPGs for Project Moon. I'm not surprised. there were so many scenarios that just reminded me of a really fun tabletop RPG session. Especially Hell's Chicken. Dude, that really felt like a tabletop RPG filler quest in a good way. Welcome back from the ad break. That was a bit too, well, that is really poetic but a bit too abstract. Let me try to figure that out. The window. So there are simply too many transient things that will wilt all too soon, right? Things die. The butterfly only wanted to lightly flutter, but to be punished with death for that crime, that felt too unfortunate. Crossing the sea. Did you bring it back from the dead? No. Although the carcass remains inanimate, something has overridden it. To be exact, it's the glass window that overrode it. The butterfly can now be free within it, within the window. Only within the window. Even if it dies, it won't stop. And eventually, in the distant future, it'll make it across the sea. Eternal life in the window. You want to run one someday, but I'm already running 2.5. You're running a lot of games, Vanoa. Have you checked out Wizardry Variants Daphne? No, I have not. I've been out of touch with DTRPGs for a while, so I'm not really up to date with a lot of the new indie ones. Library for Winter Project Moon's previous game was actually based off a custom TTRPG at the Project Moon headquarters. I don't think that TTRPG is ever released to the public. Oh, okay. I also noticed, like, behind Honglu, on one of the desks, I noticed like a DM screen. Or it looked like a Game Master screen to me. I'd like to know what you think as well, Isang.
동랑의 말대로 이건 위대한 첫 발견이라 하여도 과언은 아니요.
Great first discovery.
허나 유리창에 성에가 낀다면 비친 대상도 똑같이 흐릿하게 보일 것이요. 따라서 유리창의 창살은 더 튼튼하고 반듯하게 만들어져야 할 테요.
아, 이상, 너는 고작 한 번 보았을 뿐인데도 이것의 본질까지 꿰뚫고 있구나. 그런데 나한테는 도무지 방도가 떠오르지 않으니 이렇게 하는 게 어떨까? 이상, 너만의 방식으로 다시
recreating it in his own way.
나의 방식.
맞아. 다음 낭수회 때 말이야.
내가 유리창 같은 가치 있는 기술을 다루어도 괜찮은 것이오.
그게 아니야. 가치가 있기에 제안하는 거지.
There, it reminds you of a DM screen. At the back.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
Oh, you're a GM in one. Guest GM. It's a gacha based on an old series, but the first dungeon is basically an evil GM's wet dream. By evil GM, are we talking about sadistic game masters who love killing off their players or making players suffer? Towards, if that's that game, Hell Simulator. Yes? Oh, God.
그댄 어디까지 각오했을지.
I'm off the firm. Well, you know, if the players consent, yeah, sure.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니.
But definitely it's not for everyone.
정해진 운명이라네.
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
초월, 지령에게 불확실한 것이 나오네.
재민아, 난 너한테 좀더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
I am borrowing a support Mercil, so maybe that's the damage we're seeing. But yes, this is power creep. These two are my units. These, well, they're all my units. Mersaul's the support unit. But yeah, that's why we're win rating all the way to a wall. Because I want to get to the story. Yeah, just like that. Done.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
The window. I'm sure we'll learn more about the window and the mirror here.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
그래.
Weaker enemies are weak to blunt, so Mersault goes a bit crazy, and then for the rest, Isang and Dawn already just do a lot of damage. Yeah.
다음엔 당신의 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
어중간한 예술을 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
재밌네. 난 너희가
Since TTRPGs were mentioned, I can totally imagine coin flipping combat.
한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
In real life, you're flipping coins. Flip, 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 flip. Every clash, flip, flip, flip. A whole bunch of D2s, just roll a stack of it.
예측할 수 없게.
Dude, combat would last forever without it being app assisted.
정해진 운명이라네. 깜짝 놀랐어요.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 다.
Glad her skill 3 was on screen showing it was blunt. I don't think there's a Project Moon TRPG based on Limbus specifically yet. Most Project Moon TRPGs are played and made for an online setting, so coins won't really work well. Well, if it's online, there's always an app for like all the coin flipping and let the app take care of that. But I can already see, well, based on my own personal TTRPG journey, I'm already imagining like mashing together different systems that I've experienced, which may reflect some of the themes of this game. I run up against a funny thing now because of Limbus, because I call flipping coins rolling because Rowena uses dice rolls and the combat mirrors it. Well, there is a D2. Just a coin. Or you can roll a 1d6 divided by 2. The games have more gacha built into fighting rather than their gambling section. That's true. All this coin flipping. Every clash. Will you... Like so many 50-50s. So, there is 50-50 in this game. But in combat, not in the gacha. The earliest version of Rowena used actual dice, so D6 plus 2 or D10, etc, etc. Later versions just restore range though. Got it. Yeah, and of course computer RPGs, letting the computer take care of the calculations for you. You can put in a lot more math. Are these eggs? Please be careful, it might be an abnormality. Come to think of it, I was told that the underground lab K-Corp set up also managed eggs from the L-Corp branch. Whoa, hey, is this thing twitching? As the sinner observed, an egg begins to move. What will we do? Touch the egg! Touch it! Oh shit, did I skip it? Considering our experiences with receiving gifts from abnormalities, we might just be able to get something to help with exploring the dungeon here. Sloth advantage. Speaking of TTRPG checks, Isang. Whoa! Isang touched the egg. It started glowing. Soon afterwards, it hardened and turned into a uniquely shaped gem. This looks worth taking. Isang seemed rather tired, but there wasn't anything off about the body as far as we could see. We left the place with a gem in our possession. Piece of... Your favorite gacha gambling still Uma Musume? People will risk rolling on a .03 banner no problem, but if the run has to gamble for stats, even they know about. Is it that low in Uma Musume? .03? I only played like a couple of campaigns, then I just got tired of it. Hey, if you enjoy Uma Musume's gameplay, there's a gacha I discovered recently, which is it's basically Uma Musume but swords and sorcery fantasy. So instead of racing an Uma, you race a hero. Star Savior. That's what it's called. Check it out. On the first turn of each encounter, gain 2 ego resources at a random affinity. Thank God, because we don't even bother with our egos. This will help.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
화기애애했네요.
잠깐 동안은 좋았어요. 꼭 여행이라도 온 것처럼. 고향을 버리고 새로운 곳을 찾아 떠나오면 모든 게 괜찮아질 줄 알았는데 결국 어디든 간에 사람 사는 곳은 똑같더라고요.
오늘 장에 가서 수상한 걸 보았다.
정말 궁금한데 뭔데 상어?
이 발명품 감룡 네가 구인회에서 만들었던 것이 아닌가?
그런데 뭔 시장까지 탐방을 돌고 그래? 신뢰와 믿음으로 똘똘 뭉쳤던 우리 구인회 아니었나?
구인회 9구유를 잊었나 보군. 구. 멋지군.
League's 9 laws. Gakko and Idolmaster, it plays like Uma but with deck builder elements. Oh, okay. Yeah, Star Savior is Uma campaign gameplay mixed with turn-based combat.
요슈 씨, 대본에 없는 말하면 큰일 나요.
알아. 달달 외우게 시켰는데 그걸 까먹겠냐? 구인의 내부로부터 만든 어떠한 기술도 외부에 유통하지 않는다. 특히 돈 냄새에 물들지 않도록. 그런데 엿새 안에 연구실 방세를 내지 않으면 모조리 차압한다는데 그럼 뭐 어떻게 할까? 뭐라도 해야 할 거 아니야. 우리가 공장에서 버는 돈으로는 입에 풀칠이나 겨우 하는 판인데 연구를 하고 싶다는 일념으로 빈털터리 몸만 갖고 S사에서 건너온 우리가 대체 뭔 돈을 내서 방세를 내냐고.
Dude, he's so in character.
틀린 말은 아니다. 우리에게 과세가 유독 더 부과되는 것도 S사에서 넘어왔다는 딱지 탓이지. 사실상 우리가 정기적으로 낼 수 없는 액수를 그들은 요구하고 있다.
돈은 내가 지불할 수 있어. 그러니 이 일은 그냥 묻어두지 않겠나.
잠깐, 나는 왜 처음 듣는 말이야? 차압이라니. 너도 알고 있었어, 영재? 네 입으로 직접 말해.
흥분한 건 알겠지만 영지 형에게는 말을 가려서 하도록, 동백.
나는 괜찮아, 상어. 동백, 해결되면 바로 말하려고 했어. 구인의 일이라면 제일 먼저 길길이 날뛰는 게 너일 것 같아서. 그리고 이상, 그렇게 해준다니 너무 고맙지만 어떻게 그래?
괜찮소. 쌓아보아야 덧없으니 부디 구인을 위해 써주시오.
응? 잠깐, 이상 씨 그렇게 부자였어요?
자기 대사는 잘 외워야 하지 않겠어요? 또다시 적들이 공격해 올 텐데요.
종이에 뻔히 적힌 것도 제대로 못 읽는 띨빵이가 여기 있었네.
I noticed a little detail in the sound design. For Mersault and Heathcliff, I could hear the crumpling of paper while they were reading their lines. For everyone else, Otis and Hong Lu, there was no rustling of paper, so I'm guessing they memorized their lines. And then when Heathcliff just spoke right now, and when the professor and Ishmael spoke, there was no rustling of paper because they were going off script. So like now I'm paying attention to like, are they reading from the script or did they memorize it or are they off script?
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
So that's why Ishmael was off script there.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설픈 발을 내군요.
역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의
초와
인사는
실용에게
괜찮습니다.
불확실한 것은 없네.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
League of Nine, 9 rules. You gotta be consistent with the branding. You probably also have 9 tenets.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
The 9
도시에는
inventions.
내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
The
이렇게
9
하나씩
visions.
알아가다
The
보면
9 ideals.
반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴.
Mersal would definitely remember, and of course Isang and Dongrang know what happens if they're not reading the script. Yeah, it's a good attention to detail. Yeah, I just noticed it in that last cutscene that there was some rustling of paper for Heathcliff. Who's your favorite sinner so far? Oh man, it's never gonna be an easy question to answer. But I believe my last stream I answered shit, who did I answer last time? Rodia, Gregor, and Faust so far. But I'm really enjoying everyone. As an Ensemblecast, I really enjoyed it. I am really enjoying them. But if you gotta ask me right now, Rodia, Gregor, Faust.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
그 봄날 나는 조그만 거울을 하나 만들었어. 그걸 연심이라 이름 붙였지.
So someone also brought up that this league is based on the actual league in Korea. And I just have to remember that the backdrop, the historical context of that league was during the Japanese occupation of Korea in the 1930s. So with that in mind, them being taxed more heavily, them feeling like they're outsiders, all of that, the lack of color in wartime, interest groups exploiting them, life's hard, unable to make money, all that kind of stuff. Like, can passion flourish in such times? Can color and beauty and art and life flourish during the occupation? On that spring, I made a small mirror. I named it Yonsim. The guy likes them all? Yeah, I do. Is there anything that when I ask people about their favorites, they say the sinner whose Canto they just played? We did play Rodia, we played Gregor's. We haven't played Faust. Faust doesn't have a Canto yet, according to you guys. Sinclair's was quite fun as well. It felt like a dating sim gone wrong. Or gone right. The Sinclair dating sim.
그리고 수많은 잡음과 훼손을 털어내다가 우연히 잡힌 신호. 연심 속에서 비로소
I met you at last.
것이요. 아름답고 담담한 나의 왼손잡이를.
Oh.
반갑소.
My left-handed self.
이상이라 하지. 이거 참으로 이상한 경험이네. 네가 들고 있는 그 거울은 연심이라.
이상.
연심이라.
Oh, I'm glad that they... Because it's very relevant to understand what this is supposed to be. To grind or study. To seek.
이것은 무언가를 갈아내고 마음마저도 갈아내어 광을 낸 것이기에. 그렇구나. 모든 이상은 연구의 진심이었나 봐. 그대 날개가 돋아있구려. 그대가 보기에 내 날개는 어때? 찬란하군. 퍽 따뜻하고도 자유로워 보여. 우리는 서로를 들여다보고 내다보았어. 영지영의 기술에 살짝의 변형만 가한 것뿐이요. 어떠한 가능성도 있는 그대로 비추고 싶었어.
여기서 누워 보는 별은 진정으로 멀었는데 이렇게.
Oh, he picked up the paper. I heard the sound effect. It is possible to see them up close. I'm wondering how it was for Yangtze or the mirror world Isang, the left-handed Isang. did a floating window just appear before him? Like, how was it like in the mirror world? How did he receive the communique?
여기서 누워 보는 별은 진정으로 멀었는데.
Yet it was possible to see them up close.
너 이걸 찾아내느라 그간 안 보였던 거야? 워낙 빵보다 쌀밥을 좋아해서 다시 S사로 돌아가 버린 줄? 그런데 뭐 나쁘지 않네. 동망, 너 왜 그렇게 웃니?
Perspective, the writers of Project Moon, being book nerds, are also film nerds, but there isn't really much project film analysis on the internet. Do you see anything from films that work as inspiration for Project Moon and such? Now, I'm not exactly the most well-watched or well-read person. And we all have our own experiences when it comes to consuming media, and we will see things differently into this. One thing I regret is not being familiar with the literary inspirations for these characters. I'm not familiar with them. You know, Moby Dick, Metamorphosis, Beyond Good and Evil, all of those stuff. Like, I'm not familiar with it, sadly. And in order to analyze this from a filmic context, I've just been saying what I'm feeling in terms of my own personal preferences for how to build a story around an ensemble cast and whatnot. But if we're talking about anything from films that work as inspiration... I can't really say anything specific. My mind always just returns to general rules of writing. Rules, of course, being guidelines. Just general guidelines for writing a good story. And you can see it really shine in Project Moon and how... We were just looking at it last time. We were yapping about this last time, about why I was asking, why am I enjoying the story so much when I usually don't enjoy, for example, SCP adjacent or SCP-like content dealing with abnormalities and the unknown? How do we deal with that? How do we deal with magic or magic systems, for example? What makes a good magic system? And which led us to talk about Brandon Sanderson's Rules of Magic. So not from film, but from novels. And I was just trying to apply those laws to explain like why I was enjoying the writing in Project Moon so much. I do want to ask so far if how much you speculated or thought about Isang's story, Canto. As you can see, we only just finished part 1 and 2 last time. I had the whole thing about being nothing. It was the feelings are very difficult to describe, but that's not a bad thing. Because it is kind of like part of Isang about trying to describe feelings through color. I love that line about wanting to be free in a gust of blue or something like that. You know, living such a colorless, nothingness life, just being numb, being frozen. I totally related with Isang on that level. How we can be just so trapped in this moment in the past. The one time we felt genuine happiness, genuine freedom, genuine peace. I can totally relate to that. Because I too still feel like that on occasion. I'm sure we have all felt that at some point in our lives. So he's a very complex character with complex feelings. I was also caught off guard when he said that he didn't like being rewound. Like when he died, he thought he could finally be released from nothingness. But we brought him back. And we keep bringing him back. So it's not exactly a desire for death. It's that. Like, what goes behind that? How does someone turn into nothing? Is it really possible for someone to remain nothing forever? So yeah, it's hard to encapsulate his feelings in words. It is such a deep-rooted depression and a longing for a time that will never come back and could never be recreated. And I find it so fascinating because that is in direct contrast almost to Isang's very creation of the mirrors and the infinite possibilities. So someone who is able to create these infinite possibilities of the self, and yet it feels like his own inner mirror is shattered into nothingness. So that stark contrast kind of creates this, this beautiful depression that is kind of Isang. So I'm really appreciating the more poetic, kind of abstract. It's more felt. It's more on an abstract emotional level. I think a lot of the story writing is that even with all the heavy and dark themes in the game, it still mainly focuses on people and the trials they go through. Exactly. It's the universal themes that each canto will resonate with someone. And despite all these abnormalities and infinite possibilities and whatnot, it's still, at the end of it, it is still a very human story. We're talking about alternate worlds and phantoms of the ego and all these kind of things. But we're still getting to the head of Isang. And we're still able to relate to these characters, this ensemble cast. And that's what really makes it a beautiful story for me. That in what may seem like an impossible place to exist and be in the city, with all these impossible factors that come with golden bows and abnormalities and lobotomy corp experiments and whatnot. It squarely is focused on the sinners and the chemistry between them. Never forgetting that it is a human story with human themes. That is its main focus, and I just really find it beautiful. I feel like it could be inspirational, nostalgic sorts. Yeah, there is definitely that nostalgia with Isang. Loss, the past, ephemeral beauty, imperfect reflections. Creating a technology that is supposed to be freeing for the butterflies of the world in order to cross that sea, only to end up with nothing. Creating technology that can touch upon infinite realities and still be left with no possibilities because of the hurt within us and the trauma within us. And I don't think I'm really making any sense, but that's just kind of how I feel currently going through these stories. And now we're squarely in the past, but there is no color. But there is a flash of color, a glimpse of color. And despite it being a monochromatic, difficult world, as Dong Baek said, you suffuse it with red or you suffuse it with green, a monochromatic image can still be affected by colors. Which is more there on a photographic level. On a film level, you can still affect the look of a black and white image by manipulating the colors and how they translate back into black and white. So there really is no black and white. And it's just a constant reminder that even in a colorless nothingness world, there is still color, there is still possibility, and I think it's still worth living for. So now everyone is crowding around this, finally seeing color break through. A color that's always been there. Which is why the fall hits even harder for Isang. How all of this is just tears in the rain.
눈은 엄청 빛나고 있는데 그렇게 표독스럽게 말하니까 재밌잖아.
이상, 이놈한테 시끄럽다고 전해줄래?
얼음 과자 처음 먹어본 어린애 같은 표정이나 감춰줄래? 구보, 너도 뭐라고 좀 말해봐. 구인회에 들어온 지가 언제인데 아직도 그렇게 우두커니 손님처럼 있어.
Who's playing Kupo?
이미 모두가 입을 모았는데 무슨 말을 더 하라는 말이오?
깍두기면 깍두기답게 넉살이라도 떨던가. 새초롬하긴.
그렇구나. 이것이 너가 세상을 보는 방식이구나.
내가 보는 세상이라.
그거 알아? 모든 기술에는 만든 사람의 낭만과 소망이 숨어 있대. 그걸 찾아내는 것도 구경하는 자들의 묘미야. 알아두면 좋을 거야.
이상, 그래서 자네는 이 기술로 무엇을 해볼 참이야?
무엇을 해본다니?
영지형의 유리창은 벌써부터 세간에 소문이 돌고 있는 모양이야. 다른 둥지의 연구원들도 관심을 보이고 있다더군. 참, 이곳을 구경하러 오는 손님은 별로 없었는데 이젠 차례로 줄이라도 서라고 번호표를 뿌려야 할 판이야. 그러니까 여기서 네 기술까지 발표한다면?
동랑, 나는 이것을 발표할 생각이 하등 없어.
없다고? 전혀?
그저 우리끼리 웃음을 터뜨리는 순간으로 간직하면 어떨까 싶소.
야, 너는 대체 무슨 생각으로...
이상, 너 이제까지 본 것 중에 두 번째로 웃겼어. 첫 번째는 그 있잖아. 누렁이한테 우유 먹이고 있었는데 갑자기 제 머리를 핥아가지고.
그러게 나도 동백이가 그렇게 박장대소 한 건 처음 봤어.
그건 이제 묻어두는 편이. 사람의 눈동자는 참으로 반짝거리고 뜨겁소. 사뭇 데일 것만 같아 나는 그것을 불어 비껴보곤 하였지. 하지만 대상을 직선으로 보지 않는다고 하여 고깝게 여긴다는 것은 아니오. 바라보지 않아도 스며들 수는 있으니.
그런데 저거 우리가 쓰고 있는 거울이랑 같은 거야?
엄밀하게는 비슷한 것이죠. 림버스 컴퍼니에서는 특수하게 개량된 거울을 사용하고 있어요.
엄청난 걸 발명했었네, 이상 씨.
나나 영지영이 한 것은 발명이 아니라
Discovered.
발견이요.
기사는 허가 없이 다른 세계를 엿볼 수 있는 기술이 만들어졌다는 걸 달가워하지 않았을 것이다. 다른 세계를 엿보는 것이 중요한 게 아니라 허가받지 않았다는 것이 중요한 것임은 알고 있겠지.
짐작은 하고 있었으나 우리끼리 놀이라고 생각하였기에 괜찮을 거라고 여기었지. 참으로 아니란 결정이 아닐 수 없었소.
And then everything came crumbling down.
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다. 뭐 제가 제공한 것은 아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고
예측할 수 없게.
Very gentleman.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
There's a lot in my mind I'm trying to parse through.
필연적.
But these were good questions.
절대적. 임파스터.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
예측할 수 없게.
발톱 모양의 상처 어울리는. 마무리는 강렬하게.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
Right, after we finish this, we were gonna have a look at the notes as well. Dante's notes. I noticed there were some new entries. Oh, the egg has like little necktie.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
Where do we go now?
세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Eh? Oh, huh? Oh, huh?
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
우와.
Unknown boy. It's a roundabout? Okay, we are going the right way then.
외곽과는 너무 달라.
그러게.
Stefanette.
외곽 너머는 이렇게 아름답고 고즈넉한 것들만 존재하는 세계였어?
그래서였나 봐. 다들 쉬쉬하면서 입에 담으려 하지도 않던 이유가.
Beyond the city, huh?
당신 혹시 외곽 너머에 대한 이야기를 알고 있어? 이곳에 사는 것 중 어떤 건 간절한 사람에게 소원을 이뤄준대. 들려줄까?
좋아. 네가 해주는 이야기는 언제나 기대돼.
조금만 기다려줄래? 아까 저쪽에서 멋진 걸 봤거든.
우리의 하늘을 올려다보면 보이는 건 탁해진 빛 한 줌뿐이지. 하지만 이곳의 하늘은 우리를 고독하게 내려다보고 있는 별님들이 보이네. 여기서 보이는 저 도시는 고통과 절망으로 우는 소리밖에는 들리지 않으니 차라리 나도 높고 쓸쓸한 곳에서 사람들을 보며 함께 눈물을 흘릴 수 있다면.
미안, 조금 늦었지? 처음 보는 꽃이 피었는데 향기를 맡으며 같이 들으면 그래, 마침내 소원을 이룬 거야. 오늘부터 밤하늘 귀퉁이에 별이 한 움큼 뜨지 않아도 그 별님들은 지상에서 대신 어둠을 밝히고 있으니 그러니 괜찮을 거야.
아까 그 장면은 뭐였죠? 아주 머나먼 이야기 같았어요.
황금가지가 폭주하면서 자아심도를 생성할 때 불순물이 섞여 들어왔어요. K사의 특이점.
Tears of the so-called tearful
눈물
thing.
흘리는 것에
그래. 그 영향으로 죽었던 사람들까지 덤벼들고 있잖아.
네, 그것에 대한 녹아내려진 기억인 듯하네요.
그 눈물 흘리는 것의 마음도 이 공명에 녹아든 건가요?
Right, it's still part of this place.
눈물 흘리는 것도 역시 사람과 다를 바 없는.
단테, 세상에는 별을 찾고자 하는 이들이 많아요.
The one who cries.
예측할 수 없게.
깨라는 소재를 탐구.
무상은
방금 어떻게
단순의
하신 거죠?
소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
깜짝 놀랐어요.
지원해.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
어중간한 예술은
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
The area is twisted, and a cabinet appeared from it.
하나의 책을.
You see some items in its drawers. Take a closer look. When you look closer, you can almost see something else in there. A sinner with keen eyes might be able to get something good. Pride. Isang looked at the cabinet. The sinner discovered a hidden drawer. The drawer contained a number of useful items. Soon afterward, the area began to blur and the cabinet disappeared.
특별할 것이라고는 없었어.
Many objects appeared in the hidden compartment. They might be useful for the coming encounters. What should we take? They're all ego gifts. 5th row, 8th column. You took the item out of the drawer on the 5th row, 8th column. It's a mysterious blue mass. When you look at it, it kind of resembles a knife. Soon, the area began to blur, and the cabinet disappeared. More pride damage.
공간이 바뀌었네요. 여긴 어디였어요?
T-Corp?
무슨 소리야 아는? 우리가 맨날 지나다니던 도로잖아.
네.
이곳은 내 생업의 터전. 그것의 근교야.
밤에는 연구를 하고 낮에는 뭘 했는데?
나는 건축가였어.
An architect.
오, 건축가라. 분선 일을 했네 이상 씨.
근사하더라. 본래 이 거리에는 뛰어다니는 아이들이 있었어.
Good for a sinner since we do Pride and Dark Blue? Hell yeah. Originally, children used to run in these streets. Yeah, they did mention the smokestacks.
많지는 않지만 드문드문 눈에 밟히는 아이들이 고작 버려진 공간.
Bloodborne? You mean we're in London?
그들은 웃음을 잃지 않았어.
나도 어린이들을 참 좋아하오. 참으로 순수한 생명이 아니오.
하지만 지금은 안 보이네. 어디로 간 걸까?
글을 배울 나이가 된 아이들은 여러 공장으로 끌려가오.
They are taken to the factories already. Holy crap.
내가 만든, 내가 직접 설계한 공장도 있어.
이상.
효율적으로 사람들을 감시하는 일에 최적화가 된 구조였어. 노동자에게 박차를 가하기 더할 나위 없이 편리했고, 그들의 벌이가 썩 좋았으니 나의 벌이가 퍽 좋았던 것은 무릇 그 때문일 테요.
Rustling of the script.
뭐 그렇다고 네가 그 돈을 보란 듯이 펑펑 쓰고 다니진 않았잖아. 구인회를 위해 전부 바쳤지.
기억나세요? 제가 T사에서 직장을 구하고 제일 처음 만든 기술이요.
인식표 말이지?
ID tags.
네, 미아가 된 아이들을 위해 만들었어요. 우습죠. 그걸 쓰면 부모와 감동의 재회를 할 아이들이 늘어날 줄 알았나 봐요.
Oh no.
그런데
But it was used to oppress them.
지금은 모든 공장에서 근로 시간을 관리하는 데 쓰더라고요. 심지어 그걸 만든 저도 그 인식표를 차고 일을 해야 한다니까요.
우리가 T사에서 이뤄낸 업적은 그런 것이었지. 그래서 나는 거울 기술에 더 매달리게 된 것이요. 순수하게 탐구에만 몰두하고 싶었으므로 아무것도 맞지 않을 수 있도록. 그런 것쯤이야 수탈과 착취를 피하려고 T사에 건너갈 때부터 짐작하고 있지 않았어? 이상?
It's Mirror World Isang. You knew you'd face this predicament since the moment you made your way to T-Corp's territory, avoiding exploitation and abuse, haven't you, Isang?
당하지 않으려면 누군가를 대신시켜야 한다는 것쯤은. 그러니 죄책감 가지지 마.
The city sucks. Essentially every Canto. The city sucks. The city as a character on its own, it is very noir. It is very film noir. Consumed by the city.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 소재를 통달한다. 감사의 인사는
어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
지원의
아까 했던 공격 덕에
시간 끌 것
한결
없이
수월해진 것 같아요.
모조리 치워버리죠.
좋네요.
이게 심장이 잠깐 저리
자, 아듀.
시도는 좋았어.
It's kind of impressive how oppressive it is. And they really double down on it. They really double down on it, which allows
도시에는
the characters to
내가 모르는 것들이
shine.
많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
that when double down, you know,
모든 것이 담긴
triple
단
downing on
하나의
it,
책을.
making it the norm that we live in, will eventually give us the payoffs when we see the exceptions to the rule. When we see like characters standing against it. Or like in this moment of nostalgia, these researchers, just pure knowledge, just happy days. It makes it all the more brighter, but also on the other side, when such dreams are crushed, it's crushed really hard. Welcome in, Delts.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
Yeah, it's like the moment you start to think happy thoughts, they'll find a way to crush it.
제공한 것은 아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
So then, do we give up? Do we surrender to that? Or do we fight?
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
What kind of filmmaker? Like, what roles have we played? Or what kind of things have we made? I've been an assistant director on a couple of independent films. But a lot of my work was boring client work. Because, you know, you gotta earn a living. But my heart is in narrative work. Eventually, I'd love to do more original content. But if we're talking about the kinds of stories we want to tell, man. I grew up with science fiction and fantasy, so it probably something along those lines.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버려.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
부위 하나가 끊어졌네요. 이제 좀 수월해지겠어요.
미래를 과거와 같이.
Nice. I like how the realities here are supposed to be the origin of the ego gear the Limbus TLA. The TLA was using the bulky green suit from Fairy Gentleman and the talisman suits from this one so that no one will cry. This one? Origin of the ego gear. I thought it was because the Liberation Front they took ego gear from the underground lobotomy, the Technology Liberation Alliance. TLA, Tech Liberation Alliance. Yeah, the Liberation Alliance. I thought they just took ego gear that they found from the buried... What would you call lobotomy corp? Buried wing? But the gear itself originates from here. Oh, okay. The wooden doll stopped in place as if nothing was happening. Its head was tilted slightly downward like it was examining its talismans. Right, like the talismans and some of the stuff we saw. Or perhaps it could have been looking at the sinner's talismans. As if possessed, the sinners began to walk toward the wooden doll. It was like they forgot they were fighting just moments ago. And they started removing the talismans entangled on their bodies. Just what could be going on? Huh? Right, people in the fight. The old L Corp used their tech to extract weaponry from abnormalities, and now we're seeing the abnormalities that they extracted from. Ishmael gathered the detached talismans and stood before the wooden doll. It seems to be gazing silently. Or maybe it was just the sinner's conscience making it seem that way. The eagerness to return the talismans to where they were. Ishmael extended their arm to hand over the stack of talismans. As if drawn by a magnet, the talismans flew toward the doll, so that no one will cry. After muttering the phrase, Ishmael came back to their position.
이런 것쯤이야. 주머니에서 물건 꺼내는 것보다 쉽죠.
Cool.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
이번에도
That's a funny looking egg.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간
It's interesting how within the fathoms of the golden bow, or fathoms of the ego, abnormalities sprout up.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로. 꽃은 지고 만물이 바삐 걸음하기 시작하였어. 이곳에 걸음하는 이들의 수도 나날이 늘고 소라는 그들의 곱절만큼 쌓여가는구려.
Oh no, they're getting more attention.
동네 저작거리도 아니고 말이야. 너무 시끄러워. 아홉일 때가 딱.
No, ad break. I should probably refill my coffee as well, chat. There's actually this one channel I used to watch that did a breakdown on all the references for each Canto. Stuff like how the abnormalities also relate to the Canto events. Are we talking about references within the this world, or are we also talking about like literature and film and stuff? Because it's already a lot that these 12 sinners already have distinct literary inspirations. That should be an interesting watch. The old L Corp used their tech to extract weapons from abnormalities. Yeah. Seeing how the easy new IDs clash is giving me days. That's why I can win rate all the way to the end. Yeah, feel free to share that series, because there are way more educated and qualified people than me who can read more between the lines. All I have really to offer is my own lived experience reacting to such stories. 9 was the right amount of people. Just right, 9. Like the Fellowship, 9.
우와, 신기한 게 많이 생겼어. 나 여기 있는 발명품 좀 만져봐도 되겠나?
입 좀 닫아줄래?
How scary.
동백, 너무 그러지 마. 활기차 보이기만 하는데.
누군가는 소란을 소음으로 여겼고 누군가는 난장을 성장으로 여겼지. 나는 여느 때처럼 비껴보았어.
Slantwise.
햇볕만이 계속 내리쬐다가도 수일간 장대비만 내릴 때가 있는 것처럼 날씨의 변덕스러움을 헤아리려 하는 것은 의미가 없다고 생각하였기에 잔잔해질 날을 기다리며 고기를 내어다볼 뿐이었지.
PM games in general are inspired by far more than just the 13 for the main characters. The example, Isang as a character is based on the real-life person. His poem Crow's Eye View and his short story The Wings. Wow. Even some minor characters may have literary or real-life references and basis. You'll definitely get more out of it if you're familiar with these references, but it's also a testament to their writing and direction that someone like me who isn't as well read as other people is, we're still able to really enjoy the story and get something out of it, even if we don't know like the real Isang.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리자.
It's why they're classics for a reason.
이게 심장이 잠깐 저리 대기.
They're all reflections on the, on what it means to be human. What is life? What is love? What is loss?
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그
당신을
공격이
소재로 써보고
약점이었겠죠?
싶습니다.
무상한 목숨. 불그대로 지원할 뿐.
There's a reason why there's a lot of old text that is still relevant today.
도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면
어떻게
이런
알아?
기분이지
지령에게
않았을까
불확실한
싶어요.
것은
그는
없어요.
어디까지 각오했을지. 이게 심장이
재밌네.
멈춰.
난 너희가 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이
살점을
담긴
찢으면
단 하나의
더
책을.
붉게 칠해지겠지?
So the golden apple in Canto 1 and how it relates to Gregor. It looks like a normal golden apple on the outside, but inside there's a hideous worm. Hearing the coins cling and hit, yeah, the sound effects are so satisfying. All the crunching, all the bashing, all the coin flipping. I love how they write in respect of the literature they take inspiration off too. Almost all of the main characters elevate or are taking their own spin of the story based off a full understanding of the original story. Like expanding upon it rather than just copying that story, their literary inspiration word for word, using it instead as a springboard for the ideas they want to share now and the story they want to tell now. It's a very much a love letter to storytelling in general and how these stories bring us together across time and space. If you think about it, we're experiencing this story now and enjoying it, and we are being linked through all these examples. And these stories wouldn't have come together if they in turn were not inspired. It's just something beautiful to think about.
이번 낭수레에도 영지는 안 왔네.
날개에서 정식 초대를 받았대. 이번만 해도 두 번째랬나?
어느 날개였는지는 모르는 건가요?
그건 아무도 모르던데.
왜 못마땅해 하는 거야? 같이 가자는 영지 형의 제안을 한사코 거절한 건 너였잖아, 동백. 꼭 9이라는 숫자에 집착할 필요는 없어. 8이 되면 어떻고.
Alright, they're not 9 anymore.
있잖아, 동랑 씨는 언제까지 그 동물병원 놀이나 할 셈이야? 영지님이 소속되어 있는 단체라길래 기껏 바쁜 일정 다 빼고 왔더니 웬 어린아이 장난감 같은 것밖에 안 보이잖아.
오, 누린. 오랜만이야.
눌인.
고향 동지를 여기서 다시 보게 되어 반갑군. 우리보다 나중에 티사로 왔던데 적응은 우리보다 더 빨랐던 모양이야. 그런데 어린아이 장난감 같다는 말은 좀 섭섭한데.
The stories they tell with this expand on the original story. From my own experience, playing Canto 7 made me enjoy the original Don Quixote book significantly more and take a look at it again. It helped me understand the original from a different perspective and from more varied points and themes. That's really great to hear, Couts. Especially when such works allow us to look back and see things with a new, fresh perspective. It's always a good thing.
동물도 사람이랑 똑같이 아픔을 느낀다는 걸 너도 안다면 그런 말은 함부로 못할걸?
뭐 걔네들이 동랑 씨한테 돈이라도 물어오면서 은혜를 갚는다면 그때 취소해 줄게.
느린, 이곳을 천박하게 기술이나 사고 파는 경매장이라고 생각하는 거니? 몇 달 전만 해도 이 시대에 무슨 낭소래냐며 거들떠보지도 않던 주제에 뭐든 콩고물이라도 얻어먹으려고 기웃거리는 거 아니야?
Most of them have an online version translated into English. And I believe, yeah, since a lot of them are in the public domain, you should be able to Google for it online. If you have an account, for example, with Amazon or even Apple Books, I think, there are so many classics that are just available for free.
동백.
너 감싸주는 거 아니야? 저 자식이 너무 꼴 보기 싫어서 그런 거야. 그런데 넌 왜 그렇게 동물들이 치료하는 것에 열심인 거니? 사람도 아니고. 나중에 뭐 해 먹고 사려고?
잔소리가 심하네. 뭐 닭집이나 할까?
뭐?
Chicken restaurant.
자, 들어봐. 달개 날개를 엄청 많이 만든 다음에 아무 아픔도 못 느낄 방법으로
That's so messed
날개를
up.
지어내는 거야. 나는 것은 날개 한 쌍만이면 충분하니까. 그러면 사람은 고기를 먹어서 좋고 닭은 아무것도 잃지
Wow.
않아서 좋은 거지.
참나.
치킨의 이름은 무엇이오?
글쎄, 통통 치킨 어때?
동랑, 너는 어디 가서 장면 같은 건 절대 하지 마. 알았니?
그때 희미하지만 소리가 들렸던 것 같소. 균열의 소리였소. 고작 작은 균열 하나가 어떤 결과를 초래하는지 알고 있었음에도 불구하고 넘겨버렸던 이유는 어쩌면 못 들은 척하고 싶었던 걸지도 모르겠다는 생각을 비스듬히 바라보다 스며들면 그만일 것이라는 게 아니람이었다는 생각을 이제야 하게 되어.
그거 알아? 동백? 네 말도 내게는 딱히 위로가 되지 않았어. 오히려 누리네 말이 내게 큰 깨달음을 주더라. 아무리 노력해도 당장 쓰이지 않는 기술이라면 결국 누구도 거들떠 봐주지 않는구나 라고.
You'll just be seen as toys.
예측할 수 없게. 방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
모아뭉쳐.
저기 불리한 상황을 놓은
시간
것
끌 것
같군요.
없이
네, 바로 이때
모조리 지워버리죠.
뒤통수를 치는 겁니다.
어중간한 예술은
재밌네. 난 여기가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
이게 심장이.
저기 치명적인 표현이거든요.
시도는 좋았어요.
역시
교환.
유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도
이번에도
손쉽게
잘해줬어.
이루어지네요.
Impressed by how
유익한
fast you win
지금
rated there?
감사는 괜찮습니다.
Muscle memory.
내가 모르는
Lots and
것들이
lots of
많아.
practice of hitting that
이렇게
button.
하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
이번에도 치령의
세상의
뜻은
모든 것이
본인과
담긴
같군.
단 하나의 책을.
아름답지만 어딘가 슬픈 이야기지?
Alright. I need to refill the coffee. I really need to there's so much poetry going into this that I need to really get some more caffeine in my system. I'll be right back, leave you guys with some clips. And that's just as well. You guys can stretch, take a break, get a snack if you need to. I want to be able to really lock in and understand, not really understand, but fully absorb all this, what's happening with Isang. BRB. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What if we bump into an Imperial Scout Trooper? Ow! Hey! Ah, my poor speeder. Don't be mad. Fuck! I can't hack them. You're not getting me alive! What silly music for a car chase. Let's keep it on. You're gonna regret messing with me! Ha! Combat, so do that again. Let's try a different approach. I don't even know what we're supposed to do. Underground lab. I'm actually alive! How did I survive that whirly gig? Not today, whirly give. We made it, chat. The gods have favored us. Game Master and Right to streamer on Twitch, and we are currently going through the Elden Ring DLC. Oh my god!
What on earth is the matter?
That was an accident.
Have you come to your senses?
Yes.
Now there's no need for any hand-wringing. The way the world is, I'd say it's a wonder people don't lash out more often.
He understands. I was just trying to focus my...
The absolute folly of it all.
Because we are a Disney princess. Watch us die. Watch us literally get kicked in the face by a horse. We died! We actually died! The ghost area. Like the pegs, you can actually... See, you don't actually have to be stepping on them. So that kind of makes it easier to do corner jumps if you're aware of like, there is exactly a person's... Did the bomb just reach me? What the hell was that? First, Atom Fall is an immersive sim. I love immersive sims. I watched Necrotomic play it for a while, and it intrigued me. You're also pretty much in Death Stranding 2 waiting room. Nothing to play at the moment. Same. I just finished Last of Us 2 yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna jump into Death Stranding. I gave it a fair shake, chat. Alright, I see a ladder. Oh my god. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Are we? And we're back. Sometimes ladders are your enemies in video games. Stephanet again. Fun thing with Isang's dialogue, in original Korean, he constantly speaks in Korean poems and language puns. These can't exactly be translated into English, so instead, the English translation has him constantly doing puns of his own name, as his name means ideal, along with increasingly ridiculous places to put his name in. Yeah, people let me know about the Isang ideal thing. Definitely something lost in translation, but since we don't understand Korean, it's the best we can get right now. But definitely flowery, very poetic. And it's also funny that his name means ideal. And yet at this point, you ask him what he thinks, and it's just nothing. Nothing at all. Is that really ideal? Is that an ideal state of being? It's a beautiful yet poignant story, isn't it?
아름답지만 어딘가 슬픈 이야기지? 만약 모든 이야기가 다 행복하기만 하다면 하늘에는 더 이상 별이 필요하지 않았을지도 몰라. 별을 낳는 건 고독과 어둠이니까. 그게 당신이 내 이야기를 사랑하는 이유기도 했고. 나는 더 많은 세상에 대해 들려줄 테니 대신해서 울어줘. 나와 나머지의 목까지.
Cry for me.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요. 어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투를 손쉽게
정해진 운명은
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
좋아, 지령에게 공격적으로 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약
이번에도
도시에서
잘해줬어.
야구 선수가 되어 홈런을
유익한
날렸더라면
책이 또
이런
하나
기분이지
늘었네.
않았을까 싶군요.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간
I saw no
찾을 수
meaning in
있겠지.
attempting to fathom the caprices of the
세상의
weather.
모든 것이 담긴
I would
단
simply
하나의
wait for things to calm, looking out for the day's arrival. I'm gonna turn off Angela for a while. Rowdy League of Nine Literatures. You have Angela announcer? I don't know why. Maybe it's because I own Library of Rowena? Or did I pull for her? I'm not sure. Because when I discovered the announcer page, I found Angela. Oh! Login reward? Interesting. I logged in for like the 3rd anniversary.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
이건 개념 소각기 아닌가요?
Third anniversary is Rowena Angela. I think that's the one I got. That's the one I got. I only picked up this game again for the 3rd anniversary.
왜 이곳에 소각기가?
사업자 등록을 하지 아니한 5인 이상의 기술 발명을 위한 민간 집합을 하려면 T사의 정식 허가를 받아야 한다는 공문이 내려왔다. 기술도 마찬가지다. T사 기술청에 허가받지 않은 기술은 모조리 압수당하겠지. 그리고 기술청에 등록되든 빼앗기든 결국 어떻게든 우린 누구도 원치 않은 방식으로 사용되겠지. 그러니 그 전에 우리 손으로 없애는 것이다.
아니, 이제 와서요? 혹시 우리 구인의 모임 때문에? 아니, 그 유리창 때문에?
잠깐. 숨어서 기술을 만들어야 한다는 발상이 함정이잖아. 혹시 모르잖아. T사가 허가를 해줄지도.
어리석은 질문이군. 구인회가 만들어진 목적을 잊었나? 우리는 순수한 탐구를 위해 모였다. 하찮은 날개에 노새 따위가 되려는 게 아니라 고향까지 등지고 온 우리가 고작 T사를 위해 지식을 넘기자는 건가? 이제 와서?
넓게 보자고. 넘겨받는 건 T사가 아니라 도시라고 생각되지 않아? 기술은 남들을 위해 쓰여야 비로소 가치가 생겨. 그 전까지는 그냥 장난감일 뿐이고. 내가 만든 이 치료 기술 하나면 최소한 이 도시에 몇백 명은 살릴 수 있을 텐데. 그런데 이 실체도 없는 구인회라는 화상을 지키기 위해서 그걸 버려야 할까?
동랑, 네가 도시의 모든 사람을 구할 작정이 아니면 어설픈 시도는 그만둬. 고작 이런 기술로 전부를 구제할 수 있다고 생각했다면 난 진작에 모든 걸 바쳤겠지. 하지만 그런다고 바뀌겠니? 여전히 구리고 엉망일걸.
Most people seem to misunderstand it, but concept deleters don't actually delete concepts, more just delete the concept of the thing thrown in from all people's minds within a certain radius. Ah, so that's the limitation. It affects minds within a certain radius. Okay. And I'm assuming it's wide enough for to encompass the city.
그러게 내가 잘못 생각했네. 이딴 게 다 뭐라고. 와, 소각기 진짜 잘 탄다. 이걸 만든 사람도 우리처럼 순수한 탐구만을 위했던 연구원이었을까?
동랑, 그대 정말 괜찮은 것이오.
이것 봐, 이상. 우연히 뒷골목에서 신기한 물건을 얻었어. K사라는 다른 날개에서 요새 생산하고 있는 물건이래. 액체처럼 보일 정도로 작은 나노로봇의 군집이라는데 이걸 주사하면 아무리 으깨지고 다치고 뼈가 부러지고 해쳐지고 도륙나고 토막나도 금방 다시 재생돼. 대단하지? 그러다가 어느 순간까지 도달하면 아무 고통도 안 느껴진다니까.
Yeah, just an HV ampule. No biggie.
그러니까 다쳐도 괜찮은 거였어. 나 혼자 무언가를 치료하려 고생하거나 마음 아파할 필요도 없었던 거지. 정말 멍청했다. 그렇지?
동랑.
Yeah, all that effort for healing, right?
그래. 이번 전투를 잘 마치면
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
그대 흔들려. 차! 와, 방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분. 적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
Is that thing fighting with umbrellas? Adorable.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
시도는 좋았어요.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
Like Siffa with umbrellas? Yeah. Biting that umbrella down. Limbus opposite to Arc Knights in the sense that Arc Knights can have something that looks magical, but actually have sci-fi explanation. Limbus can have something that seems sci-fi that is actually magic. Like, yeah, ampules or nanobots. No, actually, they're tiers of this thing that just have this magical property. That's fun. Science, magic. Sometimes you could say they're two sides of the same coin.
예측할 수 없게. Adieu.
Yeah, we are limited to the science of it, but we understand abnormalities have a magical, quote-unquote, magical, unknowable side of it. Old umbrellas are lined up around the drifting fox. Old, worn, old umbrellas. The umbrellas look like they've been standing there for wings. Wings know how long, trying to protect the fox, but it certainly doesn't seem like they're doing a good job at it. Then, a sinner slowly walked toward it. The fox noticed the sinner approaching, but it doesn't growl, nor does it happily relax. It stays still, keeping its ever-constant place. Shoot, normal. We actually failed a check, our first failed check ever. Ishmael walked toward the fox before getting under a worn umbrella. Despite being an umbrella, it allowed numerous drops of rain to fall through it. Chilling winds and damp air brush against the sinner under the umbrella. Ishmael drooped down with a large sigh. It may not be easy to notice from afar, but it must have been the accumulation of gloom and dampening the person under the umbrella felt. But it must have been the accumulation of gloom and dampening the person under the umbrella felt. Uh-oh.
잠시만요. 조금씩 나아가고 있네요.
We're fine.
계속 힘내주세요. 한 번만 봐줘야 된다니까요. 무상한 목숨. 불끈 지원해.
지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
그댄 어디까지 가고 있을지. 그 슬픈 일이네. 아비규환.
다음엔 당신을 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
Alas, I was careless in my assumption that I could simply observe slantwise as it comes to pass until it was seeped. Realization comes too late. Again with that word slantwise, what are they trying to translate? Physical position, direction, movement. Diagonally, askew. Is he using it as a literal slantwise? Imagine Isang being pushed aside like he's a reed in the wind. He's views it slantwise because he's going with the flow. Yeah, like literally slantwise. Diagonally. Neither up nor down. Going with the flow, not pushing back. In a way, he's bending. And then it's too late. Realization comes too late. I don't know where we're supposed to be going.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은
Oh, we have to go inwards. Okay. This is an optional battle. Did we read this before? It resembled a rock. I am uncertain how an object of its mass is able to move. Its appearance could not be any less adherent to laws of science, but when I look back, it might have been an inherently scientific object after all. It would levitate in the air and stay still. It rolled its eyeball lodged in the center, and when it felt like it, it would ram into some persons. I'm not sure yet what motivates it to move. Even so, I wonder if it's necessary to learn its reasons at all. It's possible that this pebble is alive. No one would call it an organism, but by the same token, I may not be alive if no one refers to me as such. Perhaps it was simply a matter of laziness. We were lazy to think that it mustn't be what it thought to be. That pebble is probably a lazy living being. And the same could be said of me. It's Isang. Yeah, a lot of it so far, like, we're just going down a philosophical rabbit hole. It's a general feeling I'm getting in this part.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
더 야성적인 깊이로 깨라는 소재를 통달한다면
필연적 절대적
I wonder if through Golden Bow backstory therapy, I wonder if Isang will come out of this with something over nothing.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요.
그대는 어디까지 가고
계속 힘내주세요.
그 슬픈 눈이 심장이
Because right now we're still playing the observer. Observing everything slantwise until it's too late.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
아홉의 안에는 시들미 있었어. 지난 날처럼 순수와 감탄에 젖은 얼굴로 연구를 하는 이들은 이미 봉우리를 훔치렸고 맞받고 낯선 소리들이 대신 들어차기 시작했지. 일정한 발소리, 신분을 확인하는 태엽 소리, 묵직하고 낮은 목소리.
왜 구인의 위치를 발각시켰지 않은?
But what if it leads to nothing? Or what if it doesn't?
누구라도 그랬을 거예요. 기술의 출처를 밝히지 않으면 S사로 강제 송환이 될 거라고 했단 말이에요.
그럼 고향 땅으로 돌아가서 너 혼자 혀라도 깨물고 죽었어야지.
이 자들이 왜 저를 끌고 가는 거예요? 기술을 내놓지 못한 게 왜 죄가 된다는 거죠? 내 기술에는 가치가 없다면서 당신 입으로 말한 거잖아. 영지, 도와줘. 끌려가고 싶지 않아.
아무리 생각해도 방법은 하나야. 내가 돌아가면 다 끝날 일이야. 유리를 내어주면
네가 잡혀 들어가면 구인해도 끝장나. 유리 기술이 저들 손에 어떻게 놀아날지 알고?
절규하는 목소리가 공간을 맴돌아도 변하는 건 없었어. 그렇게 기술을 내놓지 못하겠다고 버티는 자와
내 차례가 올 줄 알고 있었다. 그리고 다신 보지 못할 거라고 생각한다.
I wonder what happened to the real League of Nine under the Japanese occupation.
숨어 지내는 것도 이제 심심해졌어. 나만의 길을 걷기로 했으니까 되도록이면 다시는 보지 말자.
직접 자기 발로 나가는 자도 있었고.
바다를 닮은 아이를 만났어요. 유리와도 거울과도 같지 않지만 전 바다의 물결과 파도에 비친 것들이 좋아요. 수심을 알 길이 없으니 따라가기로 했답니다.
알 수 없는 말을 남기고 영영 행방불명이 된 자도 있었지. 그렇게 겨울이 오고 있었어.
괴로운 경험이었어요. 마치 정말로 구인의 일원이 된 것 같은.
Oh no, the method acting is real. Synchronizing with their memories.
당연히 받을 수밖에 없죠.
Forced method acting. Dangerous.
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다. 뭐 제가 제공한 것은 아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
I don't think we've ever read this before. An insect-like entity with a transparent body, unable to identify several physical requirements for maintenance of life. Oh no, we already read this. But maybe it has a different context now. We'll understand it in a different context. An insect-like entity with a transparent body, unable to identify several physical requirements for maintenance of life, cannot determine it as an organism. Its body is filled with water. Objects that appear to be organs are observed inside, but they do not appear to function as organs. The water does not appear to play any part in biological activities either. The body of liquid appears to be stagnant. It has the face of someone lost deep in thought. It could merely be a resemblance to a species of zooplankton. Prolonged observation makes my mind sink. Sinking, reminding me of the past. It is not a pleasant feeling.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도
계란은
쉽게
소재를
이루어지네요.
통달한다면
아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
정해진 운명이라네. 아까 했던 공격 덕에 예측할 수 없게 수월해진 것 같아요.
심장이
좋네요.
무아몽중. 다음엔 당신을 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
Oh, it all eats. It led to this anyway.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
Keep to the inner paths? Oh, sorry.
소바주. 계란은 소재를 통달.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색칠.
방금 어떻게 하신
정해진
거죠?
운명 결정.
깜짝 놀랐어요.
초월.
Hold up. Oh, it's something we didn't do.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
Wait, did we do this already? What?
저마다
Okay.
지키고 싶었던 시간이 달랐던 모양이요. 누군가는 이대로 멈춰 있길 바랬고, 누군가는 앞으로 나아가길 바랬지. 나는
허가받지 않은 기술을 소지하고 있다는 신고가 들어왔다.
영지에게는 미리 피신하라고 서신을 보내놓았어. 저놈들이 가져가기 전에 지하실에 유리와 거울을 숨겨놓아야 해. 나랑 동랑이 옮기고 있을 테니까 남은 사람들이 문을 막고 있어.
여러분들
시간
기분이
끌
좋아
것 없이.
보이시네요.
모두
저기 치명적인 피해를 입었군요.
All I can think of
유능한
is
자가 마이크를 잡으니
the city
전투도 손쉽게
sucks.
이루어지네요.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
이게 심장이
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
잠깐 저리 대기.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
In other news, water is wet.
다음엔 당신을 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
구인회 주도자 영주와 유리 기술은 어디 있지?
They're really after the glass technology, huh?
이것은 너희가 잘못 보낸 시간에 대한 대가다. 지하실을 열어라.
지하실의 존재까지. 우리 중 하나가 배신을 했어.
Probably.
어제 모습을 감춘 강령. 그놈 짓인가?
그건 이제 중요하지 않다, 동백. 어서 도망쳐야 해.
너희들 마지막으로 기깔나는 불꽃놀이 한번 보지 않을래? 불꽃도 멀리서 보면 꽤 예쁜 꽃이거든.
동백, 설마 이곳을?
마지막으로 물을게. 너희들 중에는 정말 배신자가 없는 거지?
여부가 있겠어.
말도 안 되는 질문을 하는군.
나야, 동백.
No.
내가 구인회를 팔아넘겼어.
마지막으로 남은 시야는 폭발음과 함께 반쯤 불타가는 동백의 얼굴.
So the League of Nine group, the real League of Nine, influential writers within Korea, being anti-Japan, yeah, focusing on artistic freedom during the Japanese occupation. 9 members at a time. There are people that left join. However, basically every member eventually wrote key influential pieces of modern Korean culture. If they didn't eventually switch to doing North Korea, USSR, Japan propaganda. Yeah. Eventually, a decent bit of writers met tragic ends, though 2 of them, Isang and Dongbaek, dying to tuberculosis. One getting kidnapped in North Korea, one going missing. Yeah, we're seeing that kind of unfold here as well. From a Limbus perspective. Characterizations are generally accurate. The people who betrayed and sold out, like Dongrang, right there, were the ones who became propaganda pieces and such. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that. The historical League of Nine. The last things that entered my sight with the sound of the explosion were Dongbaek's half-scorched face.
그리고 어떠한 색도 없이 불타오르는 우리의 구인회였어. 아니지, 동랑. 그들은 동백에게 솔직히 말하지 않았어. 동백은 쭉 모르고 있었어. 그래서 끊임없이 우리 중 누군가를 의심하며 살아온 것이지.
Oh, he went off script.
사실 나였어, 동백. 그날 밀고 한자 말이야.
역시 변절자 새끼!
그래서 죽어가던 동백의 눈이 분노로 물들고 여린 이고는 깨어지고 좌절하여 꽃잎으로 꺾이고 흩어진 것이군.
Doesn't that lead to distortion?
대문 앞에 째깍거리는 소리가 선명하게 들리고 있다면 그건 집안의 T사 기술청 직원들이 들어와 있다는 소리야. 우리 중 대부분이 그들의 방문을 받았을걸. 잊을 수 없는 경험이지. 하지만 넌 몰랐을 테야. 수준 높은 건축가님께서는
his
T사의
architectural
혜택을 받고
skills.
있었을 테니까. 대개 첫 번째 방문은 갑작스럽고 고요해. 예상치 못하게 등장해서 대부분은 당황하지만 아직은 마음속에 구인에 대한 자부심과 신념이 남아있어. 그들도 그걸 알아. 하지만 언제든지 다시 돌아올 수 있다는 공포를 각인시켰다는 것도 그들은 알고 있지. 두 번째 방문부터는 상황이 달라지지. 그들은 내 시간이 어디서 흘러왔고 어디로 나아갈지 알고 있거든. 내 과거를, 현재를, 미래를 쥐고 있어. 내 약점과 욕망의 형태가 거스란히 그들의 소나귀에 들어가 있다는 소리지. 너라면 어땠을까? 나랑은 다른 선택을 했을까? 그리고 정말 그렇게 단언할 수 있어?
유기체.
Definitely a tragedy.
동물 재생 치료에 관심이 있다고 들었다. 최근 우리와 협업을 맺고 있는 K사에 대해 알고 있나? 부상하고 있는 날개 중 하나로 에메랄드 빛으로 가득 찬 도시지.
An offer you can't refuse.
그곳에서 네 기술에 관해 관심이 있을 것 같다고. 알다시피 이런 기회가 모두에게 오는 건 아니지.
그리하여 동랑, 그대는 마침내 소원을 이뤘소.
Yeah, the betrayed lines are really painful.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
구인회의 폭발은 모든 것을 산산이 조각내었고 나의 모든 것 역시 멈추게 만들었소. 멈춘다는 것은 관심의 정지, 무관심을 의미하오. 즉
Nothing.
이대로 풍화되어 가며 짓밟혀져도 상관없어졌다는 뜻이오. 하지만 그때 내 팔을 낚아챈 자가 있었어.
그대로 가만히 T사 기술청 직원들에게 끌려가겠다고? 자네 같은 자가 드디어 미친 것이오, 이상.
스쿠퍼.
자네는 나와 함께 가야 해.
고개를 끄덕이는 것 외에 내가 할 수 있는 것이 무엇이었겠는가. 나는 그가 T사 기술청 직원들에게 잡히려 했어도 끄덕였을 것이고 거울 기술을 모조리 개념 소각기에 넣으라 해도 그리했을 것이며 그 자리에서 가만히 모른 척 숨어 있으라고 했어도 뜻대로 했을 것이요. 9 중 몇이 살아남아 도망쳤는지 나는 모르겠어.
Almost forgot about Kopo.
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다.
수 없을 색.
뭐 제가 제공한 것은 아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
무상한 목숨.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
그대 지원일 뿐.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. And it's the city that pulled the lever.
정렬. 원색적으로.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다.
필연적.
제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어
절대지.
홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
내가 공기력 때문에
당신을
특별히
소재로
보여줄게.
써보고 싶습니다.
그댄 어디까지 가고 있을지. 셋째, 여기 심장이 잠깐 저린데.
정해진 운명 결정. 초월. 이번에도
I'm not sure if this is the final battle or not. I feel like there's more to the Canto.
너무 그렇게 슬퍼하지 마.
Ah. The one who cries.
나는 당신의 눈물로 다가오는 세월까지 피해가고 싶지 않아. 그 눈물은 더 절실한 사람들을 위해 쓰이는 게 맞으니까 잊지 마. 당신은 아파하는 모든 이들을 위한 이름 모를 별이야.
스테파네트 씨가 별세하였고 저희 케이사는 그분의 숭고한 유죄를 받들며 유감을 표하고자.
Thanks for the care
뭘
package,
또
Sam.
그렇게 돌려 말하실까?
Alfonso.
제일 하고 싶은 말은 따로 있잖아요. 우리 종로가 그 다음 대표 자리에 앉을 것인데. 뭐 대표 자리에 앉는 법은 간단하지 않겠어요? 누가 얼마나 이 날개와 둥지에 기여하고 부흥시켰는가.
She was from K-Corp.
저는 스테파네트님이 노쇠로 인해 제대로 말씀하기 힘겨워할 때부터 대신 눈물을 뽑아냈습니다.
뭐 그 마음이 아릿하고 따뜻한 이야기? 동화책을 산 다음에 부하들을 시켜서 읽어주기만 하는 게 당신 역할 아니요. 점점 눈물의 양도 줄어가고 있더만.
말 다 했습니까?
Oh, no.
잠깐.
그러니까 말을 함부로 하면 이렇게 된다니까요. 제 성격을 알면서 그딴 식으로 짓거리셨나요?
이사들이 이 사실을 알면 가만히 있지 않을 텐데.
그 전에 일단 당신은 끝장내주겠어.
They used to extract tears with gentle stories.
우리 스테파네트님 마지막까지 한없이 상냥하셨군요. 눈물을 꼭 고귀하게 흘려야 한다는 법은 없었던 거였잖아요. 여러분, 아무래도 제가 찾은 것 같아요.
Ad break starting soon.
대표의
Brace
자리에
yourself.
앉는
Thank you for your
방법은
patience.
참 간단해요. K사의 부흥. 이제 남은 건 이사들의 투표뿐이네요.
멈추시오! 모두를 위해 누군가는 절망만을 보며 갇혀 살아야 한다는 건
저들에겐 닿지 않을 거예요. 이건 이상시가 아닌 눈물에 관한 장면의 파편이니까.
아, 혹시 모르실 수도 있겠지만 저 특이점 하나로 셀 수도 없는 사람들이 목숨을 구했어요. 마치 오래전 이루지 못했던 제 꿈을 누군가 대신 이뤄주는 것 같았죠. 만일 저 통 속에 들어있는 것이 저였다면 저는 감사해하면서 제 모든 걸 바쳤을 거예요. 남김없이 전부. 그러니까 우리가 할 수 있는 건 그저 저것을 보며 감사해하고 존중해하는 것뿐이에요. 마치 고향의 별을 보는 것처럼.
What was it called again? Someone put a term to it. The one suffering for the many. In a way, Dongrang also reminded me of the whole kind of like having a messianic complex. I will suffer and take everyone's sins. For everyone. Take upon everyone's sins. He would be the sacrificial lamb. Valdian, Ultimate, Scapegoat, Martyr Complex. Now, someone on chat last stream put a name to the story concept or the story archetype, story trope. Let me check.
네, 바로 이때 뒤통수를 치는 겁니다.
Was it an omela? No. Well, they had a term for it. Omela, there we go. This one was willing instead of Omelas, which is unwilling. We don't know yet for a fact. That's what I'm curious to find out once we get more of these shard memories. But Dongrang, easy to say from an outsider's perspective that Dongrang would be willing. Willing. We don't know yet. I don't know yet for sure about Stephanette and her friend, the one who became the one who cried for us. Perhaps willing, but it was with Stephanette's gentle stories, tinged with beauty and tragedy. Real stories that would bring up the tears. But K-Corp said that wasn't productive enough. Let's make it all about stories of tragedy and inflict pain upon it. Then it becomes more unwilling, I'm thinking. With Stephanette gone, that is a turning point there. Stephanette's stories are gone. So the one who cries for us, we don't know yet. I'm actually wondering if we're gonna get an answer. Like, I want to be able to ask the one who cries, is this okay for you? Because that'll change everything.
꽤 잘 먹혀 들어가는 공격이었습니다. 제 지시를
Do you still want to paint? Do you still want to keep painting?
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약
미래를
도시에서
각오하는
야구 선수가
시간.
되어 홈런을 날렸더라면
특별히
이런 기분이지
보여줄게.
않았을까 싶군요.
예측할 수 없게.
임파스터.
직원들이 유리한 조건에 있습니다.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색.
동랑님이 말씀하시길 이번 전투가 성공적으로 끝난다면 근사한 회식에 데려가 주신다고 하더군요. S사.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this turns out.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원했고.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
Like, do we have the right to really decide?
적합한 관리법이었어요. 다행이에요.
Do we have the right to decide whether that person should stop crying or not? The shock centipede's body is starting to coil up into one spot. It seems electricity is gathering. As the sinner pointed out, sparks are flying from the center of its coiled body. It might be a good idea to stop it. Ah, damn it. No! Ishmael struck at the shock centipede's carapace. Alas, could the stored power have sprung forth? Tremendous showers of sparks popped out of the centipede's center along with a thunderous boom. Naturally, Ishmael was knocked away by the shockwave. Fortunately enough, it only pushed the sinner away and did little harm. But the centipede looks quite angry. It'd be a good idea to brace up, right? Uh-oh, it's charging.
잠시만요.
직원들이 유리한 조건에 있습니다. 동랑님이 말씀하시길 이번 전투가 성공적으로 끝난다면
시간 끌 것
근사한
없이
회식에 데려가 주신다고 하더군요.
모조리 지워버리죠.
S사 투포의 수로도
억제 완료.
Aren't you dead already? Die, die, die.
대행 완료.
Why won't it die? If 9 coins doesn't deal with it.
따라도 이 상처를
it's dead.
기억하고 있으면 좋겠구려.
Yo, Dirty. Nice to see you. Welcome back, Raquel. Oh yeah, it wasn't so bad. I feel like we're getting closer to the end of the dungeon.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로. 아주 긴 침묵이.
Thankfully, we didn't suffer from that dying gasp.
그동안 내 모든 시간은 덤이었네. 사방이 하얗게 칠해진 사각형 안에서 유일한 방문자는 딱 둘이었어. 보태 말하자면 사각형의 내부의 사각형에 방문하는 자와 사각형의 내부의 사각형의 내부의 사각형 안에 방문한 자.
여기서 마음껏 연구해 보도록 해. 자네가 그토록 사랑했던 거울 기술을 말이야. 매일 식사와 영양제 챙겨 먹는 거 잊지 말고.
N-Corp, Kupo.
더 이상 거울을 보며 즐거워할 이들은 없었고 더 이상 놀이도 아니었지만 그럼에도 내가 거울을 붙잡고 있었던 연유는 요새는 구보와도 말을 안 하더군. 하루 종일 거울만 붙들고 있던데. 네 등만 말없이 쳐다보다 나갔어. 표정이 안 좋던데. 상관없어. 나는 그대와 마주보며 이야기하는 편이 더 나으니 내가 등을 돌리면 자네도 같이 등을 돌려주지 않는가. 이상 구보는 너를 진심으로 아끼고 있어.
다시?
알고 있지. 구보가 막바지에 남아 구인회에 합류한 것도 네 영향이 제일 클걸. 그렇지 않소? 구보가 제일 아끼는 자는 자기 자신이요. 자신을 드러내게 할 수 있는 것을 찾던 중 마침 눈에 띈 것이 나인 것이지. 그럼 드러나게 해주면 되지. 그의 옆에만 있다면 너도 빛날 수 있잖아. 지금은 엔사의 이사가 너와 구보, 아세아를 데리고 새로운 구인을 만들고 있던데.
아세요.
뿌리부터 달라진 그 집단을 나는 구인회라고 부를 수가 없어. 이름을 빌려간 것뿐. 언젠간 돌려줘야 할 날이 올 것이오. 밖은 어떻소? 그대는 날개가 있으니 어디든 갈 수 있지 않소? 밖. 매번 똑같아서 지겹지. 세상은 항상 동일한 흐름으로 흘러가니까. 그렇지 않아? 그렇게 결속이 단단했던 구인회도 뿔뿔이 흩어지고, 모든 순간에 일일이 기뻐하고 절망하는 것도 아무 의미가 없어. 그러니까 너만은 이곳에 같이 머물러줘. 내 대화 상대도 되어주면서.
Oh, the only thing colored is that bottle of pills.
여러분들 기분이 좋아
시간 끌 것
보이시네요.
없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
헉,
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요. 자,
깨라는 소재를 통달하라. 다음에
아까 했던 공격적인
어디에서도
한결
볼 수
수월해진 것 같아요.
적이 치명적인
좋네요.
피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요.
Squares within squares
감사의
within
인사는
squares. Yeah, it's the only thing with color.
이번에도 지령의
N-Corp
뜻은
Cubic
본인과
Room.
같군. 여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
And the only way he can see color is through the mirror.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요.
정해진
감사의 인사는
운명이라네.
괜찮습니다.
임파스터. 아까 했던
시간
공격 덕에
끌 것 없이
한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
모조리 지워버리죠.
좋네요.
다음에 당신의 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
I like how despite the city and its the unjust city, we can point fingers and blame them. I still like how it's nuanced enough to show that even if we are stripped of choices, it's so easy to look at these other characters and say, oh, they should have fought back, or they should have done this, they should have done that. It's so easy to point fingers and decide what they should or should not have done. But it's also kind of terrifying to think about being in their own position, being in their shoes. Like, would you, like, as they already brought it up, one of the characters brought it up. It's easy to say that from the outside, but if you were in their shoes, do you think you would say the same thing? Similar to Dongrang saying, oh, if I were the one in the vat, I would suffer for humanity. Sure, but for how long? Can you decide for the one in the vat? The space twists. At the same time, a familiar cry is heard from behind. It somehow bears resemblance to the cry of an abnormality we reduced to an egg earlier. Start running! 13 sinners haphazardly rush down the path. And there! That looks like a dead end. The sinners seemed scared. Do we still go in there? Run! We keep running down the closed street. We'll get hit by that thing if we keep up. That bull will only grow faster as the chase goes on. The unease is palpable. What should we do? Don't run. There's no other way. We might as well stop running and save ourselves a little energy for the inevitable fight. The abnormality rammed the sinners. You stubborn bull. We have no choice. It has to be suppressed once more.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은
We meet again,
본인과
bully.
같군.
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가
시간 끌
제공되었습니다.
것 없이
뭐 제가
모두
제공한 것은
지워버리죠.
아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
I think a compelling thing when it comes to these difficult choices and watching it unfold on stage is feeling that same feeling of guilt or remorse about how could things have been different. If they chose differently, could things have been different? But it's all too late now. Or thinking that, you know, maybe if I was in his position, I would have made the same thing, done the same thing. And that can be frankly quite terrifying as well. Like, given the same particular set of circumstances, would I have made the same decision as Dongrang? Maybe. Because we also can't be nothing like Isang. We can't look at everything slantwise and just let things happen. That is why he represents a sin after all.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
구보라는 친구분은 거울을 이용해서 무엇을 하려고 했던 건가요?
Most of the characters are also impoverished and honestly didn't have a good quality of life. Exactly. It's so easy to judge other people and their actions. It's so easy to be an observer from the outside. Say like, they should have done that. Or, oh man, he shouldn't have done that. I can't believe it. When you have that gun to your face, everything then comes into question. And what will you do? You can never really tell until you're in that position yourself.
엔사에서 정확히 무엇을 하려고 하였는지 나도 자세히는 모르. 구태여 묻지 않았지. 다만
이곳은 어때? 지낼만 하니? 밥은 잘 먹고?
Herman. She's the one who swooped in the beginning.
제가 말하지 않았습니까? 말이 도통 없는 자라고.
거울과 유리 속 세계를, 그 모든 가능성의 세계를 파괴하는 법에 대해서도
Oh.
나는
모른다고 하겠지. 알아보라는 뜻이야. 내키지 않는다고 해도 내게 남은 방법은 많아. 하지만 먼저 이렇게 공손하게 물어보는 편이 네 친구에 대한 예의라고 생각했거든.
Well, we know that thread spinning
이건
causes destruction in the mirror world.
조그만 비밀로 해두자. 둘은 구인회의 재가입을 아직도 유보하고 있니? 아세아는 어찌되든 상관없어 보이던데. 둘은 좀 까다롭네.
Really easy to point and laugh from the reader's POV. I mean, we make fun of Rodia for being a fat ass when her hunger comes from food insecurity. Oh, I didn't see it that way. You're right. You're right. Because Rodia grew up on the back streets, wasn't fed. So, the whole thing with the League of Nine, I just was suddenly reminded of our own time under Japanese occupation. Also, well, in World War II. So just a decade after the real League of Nine. A decade after the real League of Nine, we were also under Japanese occupation. And same old, same old. It's a universal story. You have the oppressors, and then you have the puppet government, and you have the leagues that come up in order to fight against the oppressor, whether through art or through bullets. And you always get the myriad of characters that come up depending on their own life situation and circumstances, what kind of deals they're willing to go to, and how the oppressors can find the crack. Once that crack is there, there's no going back. The integrity of the entire operation is gone by that point. When Isang noticed that crack, that was it. But Isang chose not to. But because he knew, deep down he knew that once that crack was formed, there was no going back, which is why he chose to ignore it, pretend it didn't exist. All sorts of things. Because he just wanted to remain in that moment, and for that moment of laughter with his friends, that pure innocent joy, he wanted that to last forever, even though he knew it wouldn't. And then you get all the interest groups and everyone going every which way, deciding something different, nobody on the same page. And it just spirals out of control from there. And you get people who claim they threatened my family, so I had to work with them. Dongrang saying, this technology can help people. I'm willing to make that happen rather than just keep it locked away, no matter who owns me. And then even just doing nothing like Isang, you get pulled along by other people as well and get roped into their schemes and mechanisms. And decades down the line, you see these people and say that, oh, this guy was like the puppet of the Japanese at the time. And of course, we can say that he shouldn't have done that. He should have just died. Then they would have gone to someone else who would be the puppet. It's just so frustrating that it's like the city and the cities like it, and all those terrible people in power, and just the unjust nature of it all, and how it just is all consuming across all space and time, and how we never really learn from history. And it keeps repeating, no, we learn from history, but it's still, despite learning from history, history still repeats itself. That I don't even blame Isang anymore for just being so broken and being nothing. Because as he said, what's the point then? This person comes and goes. This organization comes into a power. People fight, people die. What's the point? And then Isang just falls into that. Are the two still reluctant to join the league? Asia didn't seem to care either way, but these two are being tricky.
염려치 마십시오. 곧 마음을 정할 겁니다. 이곳에서 새롭게 창설될 구인에는 이전보다 훨씬 강력해질 거야. 다른 누구도 아닌 헤르만님이 받쳐주고 계시니. 왜? 동남과 동백, 그자들 없이는 선뜻 가입을 못하겠나? 자네가 의사를 확실히 밝혀야 나도 마음 편히 들어갈 수 있다는 걸 정말 몰라서 이러는 건가?
내 뜻은 이전과 변하지 않았소. 거울 세계의 파괴라. 구보와 헤르만이라는 자는 꽤 진심으로 보였어. 맞소. 그가 걷고자 마음을 먹었다면 이루고 말 것이요. 그리고 나 또한 그가 원하는 바를 이루어주고 말겠지. 하지만 자네만큼은 사라지지 않았으면 좋겠어. 구보가 자네마저 파괴하기 전에 이곳을 날아가시오. 너는 알고 있지 않소? 나는 할 수 있는 게 아무것도 없음을. 자네처럼 날개가 있어 날아갈 수 있는 것도 아니고 나에게는 불평이 없소. 잠자코
It's not fair, but people still suffer the consequence of their actions regardless of whether those actions were done willingly. It's said in its own way. It is. It is definitely a tragedy. Actions have consequences. There's nothing I'm capable of. Unlike you, I have no wings to fly with. I have no complaints. If I mutely follow whatever they demand, they would at least let me be.
말하지 않았는가? 내게 남은 것은 거울밖에 자네밖에 없다고. 잃어버리면 새로이 메꿀 생각은 하지 않는 거야? 묘한 소리를 하는군. 내 세계는 이곳이 전부인데 어떻게 새롭게 메운다는 것이오. 그리고 나서 그대는 한동안 내 앞에 나타나지 않았네. 문득 궁금해지곤 한다. 전부라고 했던 건 나인데 왜 그대가 모든 걸 잃은 듯한 표정을 지었던 건지.
거울 속의 이상 씨는 이상 씨를 이곳에 계속 붙잡아두려는 것 같았어요. 바깥 세상은 위험하다. 그러니 안에만 있어라.
하지만 굳이 그럴 이유가...
허가받지 않은 불온 조직, 구인회에서 만든 기술을 회수하러 왔다. 모두 시계를 꺼내도 정확한 신분을 밝혀라.
Why did... Ishmael said, it sounds like the Isang in the mirror. Sang-i wanted to keep him in this place, telling him that it's not safe outside, so he should stay inside. How did she come to that conclusion? I thought he didn't show up because Isang was over-reliant on him. He can't fill Isang's heart. When you've suffered a loss, shouldn't you consider filling the void back up with new things? I was the one who said this was all that I had. So why did you make such a devastated expression, as though you lost everything? Anyway. How Sang-i originally wanted to keep talking with Isang, it is in a previous scene. Huh. Did the tech agency staff follow him all the way there?
T사 기술청 직원들이 엔사까지 찾아오는 것은 불가능합니다. 그러니 자아 심도를 침범하려는 이물질 중 하나일 것입니다.
So curious about that bottle.
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다. 뭐 제가 제공한 것은 아니긴 하지만
They look pretty cool.
마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
모조리 지워버리죠.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
Yeah, the whole general feeling is like being caught between a rock and a hard place.
저기 불리한 상황에 놓인 것 같군요.
어디까지 가고 있을지.
바로 이때 뒤통수를 치는 겁니다.
당신을 소재로 써.
Yo, M-Stack, it is Index Dawn.
이게 심장이 잠깐 저릿했기에.
Pretty happy with the IDs we're able to get so far. A flowering tree stands in the middle of the plain. No other flowering trees nearby. The flowering tree stood, with flowers bloomed in earnest, much like how it thinks of flowering trees in its thoughts in earnest. How it's been treating us? Well, definitely it's feeling more like a slow burn this time around. It's like watching a train wreck in super slow-mo. I'm just getting Google Translate. What are those nearby enthusiastic? Nearby. This means nearby. And this is also earnest. I wonder why it's there. What will you do? Approach the flower. The flowering tree cannot reach the flowering tree in its thoughts. A strong shockwave pushed everyone away, denying our approach. Lame. The lack of spaces in this is reflective of Isang's poems. The lack of spaces? You get to see the crash in Ultra 4K slow-mo and we cannot do anything about it. That's also what kind of hurts about it. It's like we're just watching history unfold again.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
어느 순간 돌아온 그대는 이해가 되지 않는 말을 꺼냈지.
Abstract in their construction. I see. The real Isang stuff.
이상, 구보가 그 파란 영양제를 가지고 돌아오면
Keep it stored instead of swallowing it right away.
하나씩 모아둬. 그렇게 사흘 정도가 지나면 보이지 않던 것이 보이기 시작할 거야.
Oh, we got a red pill, blue pill moment here. And again, the pill bottle standing out here.
그날이 오면 네 선택지는 두 개가 된다.
오케이.
첫 번째는 남은 약들을 한꺼번에 다 씹어먹는 거. 그럼 깊은 잠에 빠질 거야. 하지만 일어나면 모든 건 다 괜찮아져. 이렇게 거울 기술만을 위한 하루를 살다가 가끔은 나와 담소도 나누며 말이야. 현상 유지지. 두 번째는 이곳을 떠나는 거야.
The red pill.
나는 날개가 없어. 어떻게 떠난단 말이오. 달기 날 수 없다고 하여 푸드덕거리는 행위도 멈추는 건 아니야. 끊임없이 몸부림치지. 혼란스럽군. 이제 와서 어디로 가야 한단 말이오. 나는 고향도 없고 기다리는 이도 없어. 단순하게 생각해. 고향이 없다면 하염없이 걷고 걷다 발걸음이 멈춘 곳을 고향으로
Crow's eye view as third spaces, which especially in Korean allows for many readings of the same text. In English, you just die reading it. Huh? Chekhov's pill. How? In what way was the real Isang controversial? Be straightforward. If there's no hometown, you can walk ceaselessly until your feet decide to stop and make that your new home. But yeah, the important thing here is to try. to do something. Anything. At this point, Sang-is is saying anything at this point is better than nothing.
그대 말 따라 나는 파란 영양제를 먹지 않았어. 영양제를 먹지 않으니 내내 흐릿하게 보이던 것이 처음으로 망막 속에 또렷하게 새겨지었어. 내가 있던 방은 닫혀 있지 않았어. 언제나 열려 있었고.
Oh.
나는
Yeah, it is a self, in a way, yeah. Reflective of a self-imposed prison.
나의 거울이 어떻게 사용되고 있는지를 보았지. 그러다 갑작스럽게 피곤함이 몰려오기 시작하였어.
Lassitude. State of profound physical or mental weariness, exhaustion, or lack of energy, often accompanied by apathy and listlessness. Then a sudden wave of lassitude began to surge. He wasn't... Oh, wait. He wrote that during the Japanese occupation in World War II, and some of his work were considered as crime. It wasn't that controversial, more his works were extremely abstract, hard to understand. Mixing up with a different author. Oh, in real life, Dongrang. Or someone from the League of Nine. Also, ideal feat. No detail, though. Depression? No, it's different. Characterized, well, similar actually. Characterized by a lack of interest in daily activities. Commonly stemming from chronic illness, intense stress, or infection. Yeah, a profound physical or mental weariness and a lack of energy accompanied by apathy and listlessness. Yeah, actually, you know what? That is definitively depression. Limbus uses a lot of flowery language, but when it uses certain words, it's for this moment. Yeah, but I guess... Again, the nuances of language.
이대로 영양제를 삼켜 잠이 들고 나면 모든 게 괜찮아질 터였지. 그리고 나와 구보 사이에 어떠한 오해가 있는 게 분명하다고 여기고 싶었어. 하지만 나는 흰 사각형의 밖으로 나와 걸었지.
Yoon Dong-chu, which wrote Sky Wind Star poems, was the one who got arrested for thought crimes.
기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
Wrote it in prison using his blood, along with about 100 other poems, and died in a few years. Likely due to human experimentation?
역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
Sky Wind Star and poems is one of the most important and key literary inspirations for Library for Winna. Oh, definitely I can see the stars.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리
I guess there's a reason why he's sinner number 1.
정해진 운명이라네.
And why the mirror deck is very prominent.
초와 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Thought crimes.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Was it because it was anti-government? It's likely because he got recruited first. Yeah, and there's probably a reason why he was recruited first. Thought crimes is the official Japanese reasoning. The actual reasoning was that he was a minority. Oh, okay. So this was during the Japanese occupation. Okay.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
여러분들
그댄
기분이 좋아
어디까지 가고
보이시나요?
있을지.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니
임파스터.
전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요.
시간 끌 것 없이
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
모조리
Subversive Thoughts was something our national hero also was imprisoned for by the Spaniards when we were colonized by Spain.
내게 심장이
Subversive Thoughts. What you wrote is subversive.
매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약
시간
도시에서
끌것
야구
없이
선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
내르다 정렬.
칼날이
내가
작네요.
공격 때문에 내지 않고
아마 그 공격이
특별히
약점이었겠죠?
보여줄게.
It happened to ID people too. Yeah, it's truly the power of words and thought. And how such things can really strike fear into the hearts of the oppressors. Because from an idea, it can be stoked, the fires can be stoked by such ideas. And it terrifies these people in power.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why
여러분들
fascists
기분이
shut
좋아
down such
보이시네요.
freedom of thought. Like for that one guy who had to use a pseudonym, I forgot his name, but his alias was Multatuli. I'm not familiar with this. Like, seems like most empires tend to go in that direction. It riles people up. Yeah,
어디에서도
history
볼 수
repeats
없을
itself.
색채로.
지금은 좋았어요.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
Was Indonesia under the Dutch?
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요.
정해진 운명.
역시 유능한 자가 마이크를
Ah, okay.
잡으니
좋아,
전투도 손쉽게
지령에게
이루어지네요.
불확실한 것은 없네.
For 350 years.
괜찮습니다.
Yeah. Essentially, Thailand is a neighbor of the Philippines. And also for 300 plus years, we were under Spanish occupation.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
I believe Vietnam
직원들이 유리한
was...
조건에 있습니다.
For them, it is the French.
동랑님이 말씀하시길 이번 전투가 성공적으로 끝난다면 근사한 회식에 데려가 주신다고 하더군요. S사
시간 끌
소고기.
것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Was Thailand never occupied? I'm surprised. It says a lot that I'm surprised, basically. Spanish and American. For the Philippines, yeah, centuries of Spanish occupation and then 50 years of the US, 50-ish years. And in between that, Japanese. I think there was also a short time when we were also under the Dutch, but I don't think that lasted long.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다.
Thailand managed to negotiate with both the French and the British by acting as a sort of buffer zone, conceding both land and money, classic and equal deals, active attempts to look more civilized. Ooh, okay, okay. Did not know about that. Post-World War II US ASEAN occupation is kinda... Yeah, it's... also history, at least in my country, looking upon the occupation of the US, a lot of people would actually see it as a good thing, quote unquote, because of how it quote unquote civilized us after the Spaniards. So for a lot of people, they actually think that's why so much in so short a time, in such a short time, there's no wonder why we feel like we're more US than Spain. Like that 50 years of US occupation was seen as such a positive light that they liberated us, they helped liberate us from the Spaniards, fought against the Japanese, and helped put our government together. So that's like, from the outsider's perspective, it's a good thing. And then when we earned our independence, people would say in a mutual way, we didn't rise against the Americans. It was more a handoff, and like, we want our independence now. Let's sign these papers. But there's a reason why, if you go to the Philippines, it's more like the US than a European country. But you'll still see, of course, the indelible marks of Spanish colonization through our food, our language, our naming. So again, it's a hodgepodge of all these things. And of course, we were under Japan during World War II. So obviously, we didn't want to, like, people actively fought against that influence. For the US, it's more, there were two major groups saying we should remain part of the US. Then we could have been like Hawaii. Or we want our own independence. It's finally time. Then, in the end, we want our independence. We've only been an independent country for less than a century. It is technically part of the Axis powers. After the war, America included Thailand as part of the Allied powers, using the reasoning of the active efforts by the people fighting back in Thailand. Real reason likely to spread good old American influence against the USSR. When I talked to some Filipinos, they mostly thought of it as a good thing due to eventual preferable trade relations. Also because the Japanese were being dicks. Lesser of two evils. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. People look upon the US occupation definitely more fondly than when the Japanese occupied us in World War II. Obviously, like, pretty much unanimously, no, it was World War II. They did terrible things to our people. It added more fuel then to America being our best friend. So up to this day, one of our country's strongest ties is with the US. Always has been. World politics always boiled down to two lesser evils, especially in times of war. Yeah, and obviously it's more complicated than that, but basically as it went, we became part of the Allied powers, we fought with the US, and in the spirit of freedom and democracy and liberty, which are good things, we helped win the war. So that's why the occupation of the US was like kind of having a relative take care of us after such trying times. Which is why, again, as you said, if you talk to some Filipinos, they'll say, oh, it's a good thing the US came in and fixed us up.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
But it's cool to have fellow Sishans here. Definitely, like the Southeast Asia, definitely a melting pot of all these histories. It's just this complex weave of colonizers and wars and everything.
다음엔 당신을 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
Thai people in general have a positive view of America until now because Trump managed to mess it up. Wait, but until now? Well, obviously, with the way the US is going now, it's a bit more complicated. But in general, our country's always been friends with the US. Not with the last two presidencies, though. Well, definitely not the same as before.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
어리석은 내 벗이여, 떠나기로 결정했나?
Hostile? I wonder why. Not surprised. Have you decided to leave, my foolish companion? Kupo! Dude, this guy keeps reminding me of the Mughal. Kupo.
나를 붙잡는 것이 아닌 그저 핥히기 위한 말들은 아픔은 없었으나 흔적은 남겼던 것 같소.
돌아갈 곳도 없으면서 비틀거리는 그 몸뚱이로.
More detailed feet.
그곳이 정말 집이 될 거라고 생각하는가? 부디 푹 놀고 있으시게.
They were most supportive of Trump in general. America's good at whatever happens. Yeah, we get that a lot here. The post-colonial mentality is real, and I'm sure a lot of our seasoned brothers, Southeast Asian brothers and sisters, we all know what post-colonial mentality can do. Then Trump wanted the Nobel Peace Prize and tried to use tariffs to strong-arm Thailand. Out of the border conflict, tariffs would affect Thailand far more than Cambodia, so yeah. Isn't it terrifying that one man's words can affect the entire world? It's quite terrifying.
황혼이 될 때 다시 돌아올 테니.
그렇게 나는 나의 마지막 벗으로 남아있던 구보마저 떠나보냈소. 철저하게 혼자가 되어버린 것이지.
맞아. 이렇게 우리 모두가 혼자가 되었지. 그리고 나서야 마침내 내 차례가 온 거야.
이제 동랑 씨가 유리 기술을 K사에 건넬 차례예요. 잠깐이나마 구인회였던 저희는 알고 있잖아요.
그런데 어린아이 장난감 같다는 말은 좀 섭섭한데? 동물도 사람이랑 똑같이 아픔을 느낀다는 걸 너도 안다면 그런 말은 함부로 못할걸?
동랑, 네가 도시의 모든 사람을 구할 작정이 아니면 어설픈 시도는 그만둬.
Yeah, and well, he did end up planning to try and save everyone. They called him Ishmael? People, wouldn't it be wilder if one man sold the world? They called him Ishmael? We were in the league shoes. Okay, wait. You won't be saying that once you learn that animals feel pain exactly like we do. Here it used to be, yeah, beacon of democracy. We need to strive to become... Oh, no, we've already seen it. Moved past that. How the heck they don't? Usually was finished with open hostility, so yeah. If you want to know more about the border conflict, feel free to ask. I'm looking far too much into it. It's good to be and good to stay informed. Monkey paw curls moment? Thank you for checking in, shopkeeper. Version 2. In Japlies, there's a version 1 and maybe a version 3? How many versions of shopkeepers are there out in the world? Hey, Dragon Tamer. I don't know how far we are into part 3, but I will say it again. It is like watching a train wreck in super duper slow-mo 4K 8K resolution, and we cannot do anything about it.
고작 이런 기술로 전부를 구제할 수 있다고 생각했다면 난 진작에 모든 걸 바쳤겠지. 하지만 그런다고 바뀌겠니? 여전히 구리고 엉망일걸.
They really captured the shattered mirror imagery, I feel. V1 exploded! Rest in peace, V1. Literally, one of the advisors of the corrupt president we pushed is a Trump advisor. Ugh. Except in sepia tone. Almost as much drama as a telenovela. I wouldn't say that. But it's drama. It's good drama. Brings into a lot of... Like, compared to the last few cantos, just like Isang, it just feels like a very, it's a very, broken mirror, looking at ourselves hard at the mirror kind of story. It's like it brings up all these moments of self-reflection at our own moral compasses and our own beliefs and ideals, pun intended. It's just been that. That's what this Canto has been for me so far. Seeing ourselves reflected in these characters through these broken shards of mirrors. The danger of cutting ourselves or cutting others.
그러니까 다쳐도 괜찮은 거였어. 나 혼자 무언가를 치료하려 고생하거나 마음 아파할 필요도 없었던 거지. 정말 멍청했다. 그렇지?
Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Thank you for streaking with us, Dragon Tamer. Unlike the last 3 cantos, we went right into the backstory instead of 2 floors of dungeoning beforehand. True, and it's still going. We entered the dungeon quite early. And it's all backstory museum.
그럼 고향 땅으로 돌아가서 너 혼자 혀라도 깨물고 죽었어야지.
Should have braced for it. Have the guts to bite your tongue and die. Oh, Dongbake talking about people who sold themselves out.
그래, 동랑 씨는
왜 그렇게 놀라? 소문은 들었을 거 아니야. 우리 나에게의 특이점에 대해.
실제로 보니까 또 감회가 새로워서요. 제가 이곳까지 오게 될 줄은 몰랐는데.
그래, 다 비슷한 반응이지. 그래서 네가 할 수 있는 게 뭐라고 했지?
제가 발명한 기술에 대해 설명부터 드리자면
I invented jerk.
구인에서 온 인재라고 들었는데 기대가 매우 커. 그 영지라는 자는
Oh, Youngji's still missing. At least in this point in time.
네, 맞아요.
뭐 와야 된 건 아쉽지만 그 멤버 중 하나라도 건질 수 있어서 다행이야.
구인회는 언제나 넉넉한 그늘이 되어주네요. 그때나 지금이나. 그러고 보니 예전에도 이렇게 저를 보고 울던 것이 있었는데.
동남?
그러니까 제가 이곳에 온 이유는
동랑 씨를 보고 울던 것.
Used to cry at Dongrang.
누렁이 말이죠.
The yellow calf.
뭐 하는 거예요? 구인회는 흩어졌고 연극도 끝났어요. 당신은 더 이상 유랑이 아닌데.
그러게요. 너무 몰입을 한 나머지 잠깐이나마 당신의 벗이라는 것이 된 것 같은 기분이라도 들었나 보죠.
Another ad break already? Sorry guys, brace yourselves. Project Moon actually lets characters be flawed in a gacha game, and that's beyond based. Well, we're all sinners to begin with. We all have our own baggage to sort through.
당신은 바라던 것을 이뤘다고 말하는데 아무리 생각해도 그게 아닌 것 같아서요. 누렁이를 살릴 때도 그런 마음이었나요?
함부로 말하지 말아줄래요? 제가 뭔가를 바라고 누렁이를 살린 건 아니었어요.
누가 모르냐? 발표 죽기 직전 걔가 우는 걸 보고 마음이 내키는 대로 그냥 살려준 거잖아. 우리가 번갈아 가면서 우유 먹이고 그랬는데.
그때는 대가 없이 무언가를 살려도 괜찮은 세상일 거라고 믿었는데 아무래도 그날 서각기에서 태워진 건 고작 제 기술뿐만이 아니었던 것 같네요. 내 마음속에 키우고 있던 텃밭이 그날 같이 불에 타버렸어.
행적을 돌이켜보니 우리 모두가 많은 걸 잃고 있었어. 보아야 할 것을 못 보고 만 채로.
I've been talking about the negatives of the translation of sinners, but that's certainly one positive. Right. You're talking about how it's more appropriate to call them prisoners. But if we're gonna go again with the theme of everyone representing a particular sin, I think thematically it still wins out. Let me find the cat to pet for you, shopkeeper. We will need the... Again, story's getting heavy. It'll be fun to pet the cats. One of them sleeping. Thanks for petting the cat burrito. Let's not wake the other cat, Passion. That is Maya in a little bundle. Oh, thanks for that cat break. Failing to see what needed to be seen.
미안하오. 비껴만 바라보아. 망가지고 있는 건 모두가 마찬가지였고 그대도 다를 게 없었다는 걸 그땐 몰랐소.
누렁이는 어딘가에서 평화롭게 풀을 뜯고 있으려나.
그래. 돌아오지 않는 너를 기다리고 있을 거다.
못 알아볼 것 같은데요. 옛날이랑은 너무 많이 달라졌잖아요. 네, 당신 말이 맞아요. 제 책장에 있는 최우수 상패들은 모두 껍데기들이에요. 화려하게 빛나고 있지만 그 안엔 아무것도 없는 껍데기. 내가 구인회가 아니었다면 얻을 수조차 없었을 껍데기. 그래서 난 사진이 좋았어요. 사진은 정직하게 내가 담겨 있잖아요. 어느 날부터 하늘을 올려다보면 아무것도 안 보여. 거대한 그늘 속에 가려져 있는 것 같이.
동랑 씨, 누구랑 이야기를 하고 있는 거죠?
This time, it doesn't seem to be me.
나 이제 알 것 같소. 저자는 지금 뒤틀림을 향해 가고 있군.
네. 그리고 뒤틀리는 것은 종착의 단계가 아니라 과정일 수도 있어요.
그럼 저희가 도와줄 방법은?
심상이 물리적으로 발현되는 이 공간에서 자신의 길을 이탈하지 않도록 막아서는 것. 그러면 자연히 제 기림을 납득하는 순간이 오겠죠. 그게 도와주는 방법입니다.
Uh-oh.
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다. 뭐
Dongrang who denies all.
마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
So we're gonna beat the distortion out of him.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Yeah, I guess reliving all of this. It definitely would make you unravel. It's making him unravel. Barely dealing any damage.
여기다가 말하면 녹음되는 건가요? 아, 힘내세요.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Fun fact that there is no Dongrang ID was long-running fandom joke.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸다면
I'm not sure I'm getting that. Why would there be, no Dongrang ID? Is that a surprising thing?
미래를 과거와 같이. 여기다가 말하면 녹음되는 건가요? 아, 힘내세요.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 대행 완료.
The season cap ID was Dong Bake Spice Bush Isang. Almost every season had a bad end ID. Oh, okay.
정렬. 원색적으로.
I see, I see.
앞으로 하나.
발톱 모양의 상처 어울리는군요. 더 야성적인 깊이로. 마무리는 강렬하게.
내가 공격팀을 퇴근하겠다. 특별히 보여줄게.
Oh. Oh no, not this again. Dongrang, who scavenges the ashes of his past for recognition he knows he doesn't deserve in the present. Dongrang, who knowingly burned it down to create those ashes he now scavenges through. Dongrang, who denies these facts internally despite knowing them to be true. Oh, man's still in denial. Dongrang, who denies all. Nice. It makes sense as you don't really want to make an ID out of someone associated with IRL historical drama. Dongrang. It likely didn't exist because Dongrang is a highly controversial figure in Korea due to, well, being a Japan propagandist. Yeah. Understandable. During the break, I just saw on the Reddit that the scene of Otis reassuring Dongrang about the cow might have been her projecting herself and her desire for Argos to remember her. Truly foreshadowing. I don't understand the full context behind that, but was Argos Odysseus related? I don't remember anymore. Pet dog. Okay. Earnest accomplishment. If a sinner drops his unit's HP to 1, the sinner heals HP and the unit grants empty honor. Okay. 1, 2. He's gonna attack it. So we want to get rid of the ones. We wanted to attack empty honors. I don't know how much HP it has, but Otis is a fake name used by Odysseus in the Odyssey, assuming someone hasn't said yet.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
Otis, Nemo, nobody. The name Oddie used to prank the shit out of the Cyclops when Odysseus returned. It's been a while since I read the Odyssey, so it'll be good to have this refresher. When Odysseus returned to Ithaca, Argos was the only family to recognize him in disguise. Sadly, despite lasting 10 years, the dog passed right after. Happiest master returned. Aww. I got your eye. By the way, my name is Odysseus. Odysseus, smartest man about to be jumped by Poseidon for being stupid enough to say his name to Poseidon's very distant son. He's gonna attack these. Everyone will act first, so we're fine. Oh shit, they have a lot of health. Oh, 1. Oh, this has how much health? 26. It should be enough. I don't want him to get honor.
예측할 수 없게.
Here we go. Flip, flip, flip. Oh, it feels so good. Yo, Epic the musical mention. Right. My favorite song from Epic is the Cersei one with the animatic. What's it called again? Don't worry, Cersei's got you. You know what it is. Despite knowing he doesn't deserve it, there's nothing he can do but eat up the earnest accomplishments to sate the growing void in his heart, ruled by nothing but the sin of gluttony. Damn. I'm glad you're putting it this way, Dragon Tamer. That's a good way to put it. Fellas, this is why you shouldn't become a tech genius in a foreign country, but instead just farm. But you know how it is. They thought, well, no. They weren't thinking about changing the world. They were pursuing knowledge for the sake of it. But that ended up becoming unsustainable. 1, 1, 1, 1. So every time he's gonna get. We're done. We don't need to deal with these trees of vanities.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채. 그대 흔들. 내렸다. 정렬.
Oops. Yeah, or kill him. Let him eat the trees or kill him. Would have been more poetic if I let him eat the trees. Let him know that his accomplishments are hollow.
마무리는 강렬하게.
임파스터.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
Imagine you have to fight Cersei Cyclops in Otis's Canto. If you pay attention to his design, it's that same yellow cow corrupted by the gluttony. I was thinking of the cow. Viney form of a Pecatula Gule with a giant green eye at its center. So we don't have the Otis Canto yet. It's gonna be wild. And that's something I'll be able to relate to a bit more since at least I read the Odyssey. Oh shoot, they're back to... God damn it. I thought they would stay at 1 HP. I guess not. Wait, I don't need to attack this one.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
The PM stories isn't necessarily just an adaptation of current events, but could be after the modified book or before, just a specified part of it, etc., etc. Yeah, now its form must have been exposed. You're right. Exposing you for what you are.
다음은 당신을 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
I wish there was an easier way to tell, like, which skill is going to which, because I get lost by the middle of it. Let's have him try eating the resentful tree. But we should not be clashing. Absorb one positive status effect from the target next turn. So that's unopposed. It's gonna eat that. So that's 1 HP.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채.
Will you die now? Apparently not. It's actually cool that we have that Isang's our strongest unit now.
마치 마탕 같네요.
And now Isang ended it. That was fun. Taking a backward glance at our trails, all of us have been suffering great losses. The second Furioso has hit Dongrang. I still feel like a Victorian child seeing Skibidi Brainrot every time I see Furioso in early game Limbus. I did not expect to see those words appear on stream. Skibidi Brainrot. I just aged looking at that. You know, this is such an old boss when you see wordings like apply 5+ bleed count instead of inflict 5+ bleed count. Where do we go now? Here? Oh, there we go. Here we go.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
그렇구나. 난 아마 죽어가겠지.
Isang, the wet sopping cat, being the strongest ID. I do think his strength is somewhat overrated. I'd say it's like top 5 ID. Furiosa is definitely the strongest skill in the game. Long build up. Why did Mersault have a wolf head? It's from the Fauvist Mersault. I'm glad you compare it to PCSD. Despite me being a casual at Yu-Gi-Oh, I always compare effects to Yu-Gi-Oh? I never played Yu-Gi-Oh. So it comes down to this. I'll probably die soon.
평화로운 곳에서 뭐 정말이네요. 역시 못 알아보잖아. 비록 지금은 껍데기들로 채워져 있어도 난 알아. 거의 다 왔어. 곧 내 기술을 만들어서 알맹이를 채워 나갈 거거든.
You're not who you once were.
다시 팀원을 모으고 비서를 뽑고 해야 할 일이 많겠어. 그러니 더 이상은 네가 없어도 될 것 같아.
He killed the past.
동랑? 나 언제까지 기다려야 할까?
아, 미안해요.
He killed his past
고향에
self.
두고 왔던 게 떠올랐는데 지금은 두고 온 게 아니라 앞으로 얻을 것에 대해 생각해야
It's the point of no return.
깨달았어요.
누구나 잠깐 어리석어질 수 있지. 그래, 눈물이 끊임없이 흘릴 수 있는 방법에 대해 알고 있다고.
일정치의 양을 모으기 위해서 사람을 고문하고 눈물로 치료하고 또다시 고문하고 그러기에는 사용되는 눈물이 너무 아깝잖아요.
그래서 여러 날개와 뒷골목 조직들로부터 영상들도 수입해오고 있는데
그 시청각 사료들도 점차 부르는 값을 높여가고 있지 않나요? 다른 세력들도 희미하지만 또렷하게 눈치채고 있는 거죠. 우리 K사에게는 어떻게 사용되는지는 모르겠지만.
Oh my god. Further funds the violence.
이번엔 손가락을 부러뜨려 주실래요?
이것 봐. 여기 묶여있는 당신 부하도 제정신 아닌 것 같은데.
Second form upon inflicting enough red buffs, debuffs. I see. The wolf head Mersault.
눈을 감아서는 안 되지. 그런지 아무래도 다른 것 같아요. 길은 끝나지 않았던 거고 전 이제 가야 할 길이 제대로 보이네요.
동랑, 돌고 돌아 이 길로 돌아온 것이요.
더 이상 눈동자를 보더라도 지난 날과 같은 측은지심이 들지 않아. 대신에 보여? 구인 후의 유리라는 그 잘난 그늘에 거머리처럼 붙은 채 만들어낸 기술이 K사의 특이점을 더욱 드높이 매달아 올린
Ah, it's a pale imitation.
그래, 잘 보이는구려.
영지는 떠났고 동맥은 꽃으로 돌아갔고 남은 건 영지의 유리에 기생해서 돌연변이처럼 돋아난 희도자도 아니게 베껴버린 나의 유리네. 세상을 변화시키지 못하는 기술이 무슨 소용이 있겠어. 그러니까 너도 마음을 멈춰. 괴롭고 슬픈 마음을 대신해서 눈물을 흘리는 건 그것의 몫이니.
적이 유리한 효과를 지니고 있습니다.
Okay, so he's the boss.
하지만 명심하세요. 위기는 곧 기회라는 말이 있습니다. 전 이 말로 43개의 회사의 서류를 통과했죠.
Efflorescent ego farm watch. Here we go. I was thinking like, oh, we're suddenly fighting him. The last we heard from Dongbek was her consciousness finding out that Dongrang was the one who betrayed them all. So now he's gonna get what's coming to him. By accepting his own sins and realizing they are a part of who he is, he managed to reverse his distortion into an efflorescence of his personal ego. Efflorescent ego farm watch. So he accepted his own sins, realizing they are a part of who he is. He managed to reverse his distortion. He moved on from his past by killing the past. What is an efflorescence? Is that not just another way to be distorted? Yeah, fudge the cow, get me the trophy, let's keep going. But it probably drove him crazy. It was driving him mad. We don't want that. So many skills though. We probably should have added more sinners, but let's see how this goes. I don't know. General rule, get rid of the ads. Inflict one bind, inflict seeds. Inflict bind and paralyze.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리자.
Ah shit, they're chonky.
어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
The efflorescence is the blossom. In this case, a blossoming of the mind's mental strength into a physical one. So it's not a distortion, it's ego manifestation. I'm pretty sure your Dawn has an effloresced ego too. Further elaboration of this and its mechanisms are discussed later other pre-media. We're also gonna have a look at, probably next stream, we're gonna have a look at the updated notes from Dante before we start the next point of the story. Yeah, this is not good. I didn't know they were chonky. You know what? Let's just get rid of the trees. I don't like them. I don't like them at all.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리자.
여기 심장이 잠깐 저릿했기.
필연적 절대적.
This mechanic is the thorough line of PM's works. It's important to figure out as it reveals as much about the character with just the name and the design of their ego. Welcome in, Burger. Feels like Dong Bake is well written. Some can understand how he fell under the pressure of the tax collectors. Are you talking about Dong Bake or Dong Rang? And the promise to let him work on the thing he invented, the regeneration ampules, the weak link in the group.
아까 했던
Dong Rang. It is the Dong Rang.
한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
Oh wow, this is really bad. Maybe we shouldn't have been spreading out our damage. We're fine.
예측할 수 없게.
Send us to the Korean novel mines. Read more Korean novels. Does an Index Dawn also have an Efflorest ego? This Dawn? I don't know. Not the one who tends the farm, nor the one who owns the land. Just a middle manager who makes sure everything's working correctly, wielding a scythe he used to kill the past instead of harvest the present in order to assure his future. Oh. Oh wow, we're so screwed. We're so screwed. It's like I don't even know what to prioritize anymore.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
It is no longer ideal. Very, 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 very unideal. Not isang at all.
지금은 좋았어요.
Okay, so these were chonkier than I expected.
적의 숨이 끊겼습니다. 동랑님이 보고 계셨다면 좋았을 텐데.
Chonkier. These trees were chonkier than I expected.
어떤 재능도 없을 거라고 놀리셨거든요.
We're just letting him attack us unopposed because we're so focused on the damn trees. Carefully clash against skills that inflict seeds. You can mostly ignore any skill that doesn't have any effect up to apply it. If you let enough seeds build, you get snatched and become a tree. I see. Yeah, now we're just watching our slow death.
벌써부터 작품에 프리미엄 붙일 생각 없었는데.
직원의 목숨이 완전히 끊어졌군요.
So what happens?
저희 회사는
We just
사망한
lose.
직원이 있으면 2시간 동안 애도의 시간을 가져야죠.
There doesn't seem to be a way for us to recover. All he needs to do to focus on and is his work fully, erase the past, bury the guilt and betrayal away, enjoy the fruits of it. That's one way to do it. Yeah, now they're just like, hey, watch you suffer. Yeah, Dongrang's just farming. Reaping the fruits of our folly. It's just painful to watch. But I'm somewhat mesmerized by it.
단테님, 예측할 수 없게 살려주실 수 있는 거죠?
Just watch him aura farm until our loss.
본인은 최선을 다해
직원의 목숨이 완전히 끊어졌군요.
They come out staggered?
저희 회사는 사망한 직원이 있으면 2시간 동안 애도의 시간을 가져야죠.
You're in a stun lock because you get put in the tree state for 2 turns. So you're kind of in a cycle where the moment you break free, you get put back into the loop. If Dawn had a non-Zion ego, that was possibly a comeback moment. Oh, okay. Well, we haven't been looking at our egos lately. GG. Ugh. How do I restart or go to the back? Blue Sky Robin, welcome in. I believe Blue Sky Robin is also a fellow enjoyer of Library of Rowena. Well, Project Moon in general. Lobotomy Corporation. Zen, thank you for coming in on the raid. Rob, how you doing? Raiders, welcome in. My name is Mikey, and this is Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. We love playing story-rich games here across a wide variety of genres, and today you're watching us suffer through the boss fight of Canto 4. But we're here to have a great time. How are you doing, Blue Sky Robin? How are you doing, Rob? Always a great person to hang out with. Great insights. Currently playing a game called Time Spinner? What is that? I don't think I've ever heard that before. But Raiders, if you need to raid the run, please do not feel pressure to stay. Your presence is appreciated either way. Thank you so much for raiding us. Imo, this fight was easy. Well, I'm not a good player, so you're gonna suffer with us. We win rate until we hit a wall, essentially.
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
Time Spinner's a Metroidvania style game. Shorter than unexpected, but it's okay. Oh, did he get to finish Time Spinner? But yeah, Rob is a huge fan of this. If you want to follow a streamer with similar interests who love stories like this, check out Rob. Get rid of the trees, avoid seeds. Got it. We want to assure the tree dies. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. I wonder if that's enough. 3 for good measure?
깔끔하게.
You got 1 at the endings of Time Spinner. Time travel is involved, so there's a few more endings I may be able to aim for. For a game called Time Spinner, I should have expected time travel. I'll check this out on Steam. Time Spinner. You know what's a game I miss? Time Splitters.
세상에, 여러분들 괜찮으세요?
Oh, I see it. I see it. The aesthetic's very old school as well. Cool. Bushu, welcome in! Why didn't any of the trees die? I'm so mad. We had 3 people attack that. Okay, this is surely gonna die. It has to. Free her. Where else am I supposed to target? I'd say it's more about debuff management than target priority in this fight. Not saying target priority is unimportant. We want to cut down trees. These are bad trees. They're seeding us against our consent, without our consent. I don't consent to being seeded. How are we doing? Kind of woke up on the wrong side of the bed, but Limbus is making it all better. I'm losing track again. Hold up. That is dead for sure. We want to free your companion. We want to clash with the seed giving skill. We want to destroy that. 1, 2, start.
다음엔 당신을 소재로 써보고
이게 심장이 잠깐 저리 댔기에
Please kill it. Cut it down. Okay. No.
아비규환.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
Two seeds.
시간 끌 것 없이
Part of beating bosses here is understanding what the boss is doing. This is why we get walled by bosses like this. Because it's forcing us to engage with the game. We would not be here without chat's advice, so thank you for the advice. I feel like I'm at least getting the gist of things. Not just PM fans. What do you mean, Rob? We all know gacha gamers don't read. What is this reading you're talking about? I just win rate. No, but that's what I hear about Project Moon in general. How... Let's just say how verbose their systems are. That it can even be intimidating for the most... it can be even overwhelming for the most dedicated players. Dongrang no longer feels pity for test subjects. Gacha gamers don't read. PM fans can't read. I see. Okay. Yeah, what is reading? I think they tossed the concept of reading into the Concept incinerator. Dongrang no longer feels pity for the test subjects. Even if his technology isn't recognized, even when he thinks of the yellow calf in his hometown, he isn't sad anymore. The past is all useless. I'll burn it all! And Isang, I'd like you gone as well. Dongrang begins to rush at Isang. Stand in his way! I thought Dante was gonna be the one to stand in the way. Hold up! You don't touch Isang? No, we're just gonna send someone else! Intercept. Let's have Mersault do it. Mersault managed to block Dongrang's attack. As I've seen from the latest reflectorial content, this is correct. We just learned Korean to understand the dub. Jan Dams, glad KJH added description highlighters for important info in later fights. Helps with skimming through descriptions. It's helpful. Useful tooltips are useful. Ha! You're being a nuisance. Dongrang muttered as his weapon bounced off. Beneath his bitter chuckle was a cold fury.
이럴 땐 꼬리 부분을 흔들어도 좋았겠군요.
Once gentle soul. Sometimes you gotta look hard at your own reflection and seize the hope in there. It's like Isang talking to Sang-i. Okay, reset. Yeah, we're listening to the lyrics. Is that the flower? Yeah. Flower. Seeds. Ensure this thing dies. 1, 2, 3. 3 should be good. 3 each. Go! Don Quixote! Okay, we're gonna overkill that one. Do plants bleed? Go! Kill it! Cut it down!
더 이상 얻을 정보는 없군요.
I think it made people realize that not all statuses are for every fight and that they're specialized. I use standard status teams to beat gimmick fights, all of them. I remember bringing a burn team to anti-burn boss. Oof. Consider throwing a few hex nails her way. Doesn't help that most cantos have over 100k words. Time for a confession, chat. I have not been reading the subtitles. Dun dun dun! I understand Korean all along. No, I don't. A fully saturated curse build applies 5 statuses and removes 5 protection. Again, all of these mechanics Look, I am a win rate player, okay? I will read when I need to read. Seeds, 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 seeds! Too many seeds! Get out of here with these seeds, boy. Where are we?
예측할 수 없게. 어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Keep doing what you're doing. Okay. Click, click. I feel like a child playing with coins and tokens while the adults are talking about mechanics and stuff. I feel like, yeah, win rate.
반박합니다. 방금의 공격은 전혀 효율적이지 못했습니다. 제가 잠시라도 한눈을 팔면 이렇게 되는군요.
임파스터.
Agitated. I wonder what that means. Ah, it's panicking. Oh! Oh! Well. Let's watch him squirm even more. 1, 2, 3, 1.
깔끔하게.
Furioso! Activate!
파도가 밀려드는구려.
Look at him go!
그 개체는 다른 방법이 적절하지 않았을까요?
The cantos are only getting longer? Well, quality over quantity, but still. We're still firmly in quality. I'm still really enjoying the writing in this game. HP gated, as in they don't want the... We could have ended the fight. Ah, we're gated by cinematics. They want us to go through this. He can't die yet. He still has to monologue about his past. Damn it. $11 was so peak. Do you live in the future, shopkeeper? Where Canto 11 was a thing? These Otis fans live in the future. They're coping so hard. Now, shopkeeper V2 is from the future. What are you talking about? They already played the Otis Canto. Alright, let's let the boss have his moment. GM's like, yo, you're killing the boss too fast. I need the monologue first, because you know that's how it goes. I've decided to erase all of the past. You already told us this. In other words, I will have no business left with you once Isang's gone. Dongrang frowned, seeming quite displeased. And yet, why do you keep interrupting? Dongrang seemed to be preparing for a powerful attack. Maybe this gap could be exploited. Stand in his way, but tell someone to stand in his way, not Dante. I could never. Wrath. Of course we will stop Dongrang again. 823. 11:23. You're up, Ishmael. Ishmael drove their weapon into Dongrang while his focus was elsewhere. Gah! It looks like the attack was successful. The move Dongrang was preparing didn't come through. I see where you stand. Then I'll just get rid of all of you, along with Isang and his ideal.
이런 것쯤이야. 주머니에서 물건 꺼내는
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다.
Yo, Magnus, welcome back. We're beating the shit out of this guy.
마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
Yeah, Dragon Tamer. No, you can't just use Finger of Death to kill the BBEG. Dude, I've been in those moments though. It got to a point where people min-max D&D 5e so hard that they would one-shot bosses as written. So they were building up for this climactic battle with this boss. First round starts, initiative is rolled. The first character who acts erases the boss in one turn. And we're like, oh, I guess that's it. The end. So anticlimactic. Let's just enjoy this music a bit while I catch up on chat. I'm actually curious. Yeah, no one's talking about Canto 2. Even in Couch's rating, Canto 2's last. Dude, he actually said it. Isang and his Isang. Isang and his what? Did he stutter? Min-max to be goofy. Now that's based. It's so crazy. I can't... Like, that is definitely one way to play it. But this is an Adventurers League table with random... And those tend to be random people. So it's a pickup group, essentially. Think of it in MMO terms. Pickup group. So you cannot possibly predict... You know, you can try to like overcompensate for the min-maxers and the power players. But then you leave everyone else behind. So it's a delicate balancing situation. Because definitely in a pickup group, some people are going to be more optimized.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
유쾌하게 그댄 선택받았으니.
Min-max like goofy things. Yeah, the interactions are so wild for people who have mastered the knowledge of all like the supplementary material that is available at their disposal. The amount of builds and theory crafting they pull off is insane. I'm in awe of them.
내가 공부력되면 애장파. 특별히 보여줄게.
I feel like something bad just happened. I wasn't even looking and something. I looked away and something bad happened. Do not let him hit you with that blue skill. Ah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I was thinking, I don't think I can trust this one skill to block that. But it happened. Shit. What are we supposed to do now? If I stop him... I stop him planting seeds. This thing's still gonna fire seeds at me. He's stronger with these two in. But I can't keep getting seeded.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Use Isang to stop the attack on the absorbing skill tree. Oh, thank God we did that.
이번 소재는 보기보다 사납네.
Oh wait, no, we didn't do that. Ad break!
임파스터.
저런 직원의 목숨이 완전히 끊어졌군요.
Limbus had me worried with characters like Ryoshi and Merceau who are antisocial because in D&D they're almost always boring. Thank God they're both hilarious. Again, this ensemble cast is beautifully well written. I don't know how they do it. But yeah, I get what you mean. The antisocial loner. But it works. They fit in. As a manager, you're often gonna have to pick what skills to clash to make progress. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. But then sometimes you just don't have enough actions. The action economy is against us. Like for example, I need 2 people. Is that right? Like I have to stop 2 parts, which throw seeds, plus get rid of this. So I have enough just to prevent seeds, which I think I should do.
그대는 어디까지 가?
But then he's gonna be powered up from our 2 companions.
완료.
Enjoy the food, Raquel. Please don't watch and text while driving. Please take care out there. Thank you again for all the advice. We've gotten farther than we could because of your advice.
유리한 조건에 있습니다. 동랑님이 말씀하시길 이번 전투가 성공적으로 끝난다면 근사한 회식에 데려가 주신다고 하더군요. S사 툭불 소고기로.
Make sure that doesn't hit us.
예측할 수 없게.
헤르메스의 의지.
Good night, San. Thank you for being here. Dude, part 3 on its own.
파도가 밀려드는
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다.
Taking us more than one stream.
홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
Yeah, I think we were able to recover. I swear to God, if you have another monologue planned.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 임파스터.
He has another monologue. I really shouldn't be wasting my time like this. Coming to a sudden realization, Dongrang stopped in place, and he looked at the ceiling as though he was looking up at stars in the sky. At this very moment, I'm losing out for each second it spends without crying. The opportunities and time to change the world are scattering. Dongrang then glared with bloodshot eyes. Isang, it's you! You're the only one who needs to go for this to be over. stand in his way. Isang walked ahead. I must insist that I mark the end for Dongrang. For that would be most ideal. Insta win. You guys have any fun team recommendations for MD? Mirror Dimension? Bro wants to min-max a tearful thing crying. Yeah. It's like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, Dongrang? Isang managed to stop Dongrang in his path. Isang, I plead you, end this now, Dongrang. How can I? In the end, someone has to cry tears. Isn't that right? Dongrang pulled the weapon lodged into himself deeper inside. Let's end it this way, Isang.
여기다가 말하면 녹음되는 건가요? 힘내세요.
Why are they zooming in on Faust who died?
떠났다고 생각했지만
Though I was certain that I had left.
나는 아직도 그 하얀색 사각형 내부에 있는 것 같소. 이제서 만물은 내게 아무 자극도 감격도 주지 못하는 점들에 지나지 않게 되어버렸소. 나는 평생을 방랑하며 이 무의미한 걸음을 답습하는가. 우리는 끊임없이 날개가 잘려지는 달길 뿐이니.
이상 씨가 점점...
단테님, 비록 영지라는 분은 제 입을 빌려서 말한 것에 불과하지만 전 이런 생각이 들어요. 어쩌면 이상 씨가 썼던 이 편지들은 거울 속에 이상님한테 보내는 것만이 아닐 수도 있다고요. 과거와 지금과 앞으로 만날지도 모르는 모든 인연에게.
You mean including us?
이상 씨는 쭉 도와달라고 말하고 있던 걸지도 모르겠다는 생각이 드네요.
Isang, what was on your mind just before you left N-Corp?
구보마저 떠나보냈을 때 별은 빛을 잃어 꺼져가 어둠이 가득해졌고 나는 마치 절뚝발이가 된 것 같았어. 하지만 날개가 없어도 절뚝발이어도 살게 해줄 수 있는 그런 곳이 어딘가에 있을지도 모른다는 생각이 들었지. 신락 같으나 어쩌면 이라는 마음으로.
우리는, 적어도 나는 네 거울을 보며 우리에겐 없는 것들을 본다고 생각했지. 그래서 멀어 보였고, 그래서 바라볼 수밖에 없었고, 그래서 현실에 안주할 수밖에 없었던 거야. 마치 내가 불꽃놀이를 보면서 별을 꿈꿨던 것처럼. 하지만 거울은 가능성을 보여주고 있는 거잖아. 그러니 알겠어? 거울을 부러워할 필요는 없는 거지. 네가 바라보았던 건 네가 품고 있는 가능성.
That is a definitely change in perspective. It's your reflection after all.
현실로 만들 날개를. 이 말을 해주고 싶었어.
첫 번째 수감자 이상.
The first
기다리고
sinner.
있었답니다. 림버스 컴퍼니에 입사하신다면 깨어지고 찢어진 당신의 날개를 되찾아드리죠.
Ooh.
그리고
어때? 나는 깨진 조각들을 다시 주울 재주는 없어.
쌍이. Ah, okay. Well.
하지만 반짝거리던 그 눈빛들은 거짓이 아니었어. 우리의 굴곡은 불행을 맴돌 거야. 인연이라고 생각했던 것은 언젠가 반드시 흩어지고 말 거고, 소중한 것일수록 산산조각으로 깨져 가뜩이나 여린 네 마음을 날카롭게 찌르겠지. 알고 있어. 그렇기에 모든 건 허무 같은 찰나에 지나지 않을 텐데.
Isang, why did you make the mirror?
나는 가치를 담기 위해 기술을 만든 적은 없었어. 과거로 돌아갈 재간 또한 없다는 것도 알고 있지. 그저 네가 들고 있는 그 거울은 연심이라 하오. 연심이라. 이것은 무언가를 갈아내고 마음마저도 갈아내어 광을 낸 것이기에. 그렇구나. 모든 이상은 연구의 진심이었나 봐. 나는 날개를 잃었다고, 갖지 못했다고 생각했어. 날개 쪽지만을 애달프게 요동치며 연구를 붙잡고 있었다고 생각했지만, 사실 거울의 진실한 이름은 이것 같소. 연심.
Ooh. Another play on words.
마음과 마음을 이어주는 것 같기에 줄기차게 살아보고 퍼덕이며 날개짓 해보고 싶었기에 거울을 만들었고, 추락하더라도 좋으니 다시 한번 허공을 향해 날아보고 싶었소. 어느 날 이고는 반드시 절망하고 말 것이오. 그렇기 때문에 어디까지라도 살아야 하오. 날개가 있느냐 없느냐는 중요치 않은
It's his
것이었어.
answer against the nihility.
모든 이상은 빼어난 재주를 가지고 있어. 동시에 모든 이상은 무지하지. 모든 이상에게는 날개가 보이지만 단 하나의 이상만이 날 수 있어. 그렇다면 거울 속의 이상은 거울 밖의 이상과 반대일 테지만 또 꽤 닮아있지. 네가 보았다던 빛나고 찬란했던 그 날개 말이야. 그건 나의 날개이자 거울에 비친 너의 날개야. 왜 그렇게 생각하냐고? 뻔하지 않겠어? 거울은 자신을 비추는 거니까. 내게서 날개가 보였다면
Oh, that's
그
true.
날개는 너에게 달린, 당연하게도 너의 것이겠지. 그럼 이제 땅을 박차고 날개짓 해봐. 그저 한 번 더 날고 싶었어. 세 장을 깨고 자유롭게.
Wings fly. We've cured depression. Yo, welcome in, Tavi. 7 Cinema, ideal 7 Cinema. Fly my broken wings. Do you feel his resolve, Dongrang?
그날의 봄을 기억한다네. 우리의 눈에는 별들이 떠올랐지.
네 날개만큼 반짝거렸어. 나는 구인회라는 그늘에서 항상 벗어나고 싶었지만 결국 끝에서 품어주고 마는 건 그늘이구나.
Yep, you can't exactly bury the past entirely. I'm sure a piece of you, anyone, even the most jaded of people like Dongrang, I'm sure a piece of him still yearned for those beautiful wings. It still makes you cry to this day? Oh no. Here's some tissue, Tavi. Have all the tissue you need. After some time has passed, with Dongrang's death, our contract with him was rendered null and void. Meaning, the only way for us to be handed the golden bow was...
뭐 결과적으로는 나쁘진 않네요. 좋지도 않지만 동백이라고 했나? 조직의 수장이 죽었으니 테러 단체가 와야 되는 건 순식간이겠어요. 그러면 이제 남은 문제들 말인데 이렇게 하는 게 어떨까 싶어요. 오늘 K사에서 벌어졌던 모든 일은 동랑이라는 한 정신 이상자이자 반사회적 성향을 지닌 직원이 개인의 이득과 권력을 부당하게 취하기 위해 벌인 단독 행동이에요. 맞죠?
그걸로 되는 건가요? 저희한테는 적이었을지라도 당신에게는 직원이었는데?
작별 인사라면 아까 전화통화로 했어. 깜찍한 놈이지. 림버스 컴퍼니의 관리자 단테라고 했나? 관리자 치고는 질질 끌려다니는 것 같은데.
I mean, yeah, we really didn't do anything.
나중에 리더가
As
되고
always.
싶다면 알아도 문제가 생기면 재빨리 싹부터 잘라내야 해. 빠를수록 좋지.
Screw yourself. You also hired Shi Association's assassins to silence Shren, didn't you?
알겠다고 하시네요.
영 반푼이라고 생각했는데 역시 관리자는 관리자군. 아, 하나 더. 어쩌다가 우리 K사의 특이점까지 건드려버릴 정도로 일이 복잡하게 꼬였는지 모르겠지만 눈물 흘리는 것은 외부로 절대 공개되어서는 안 되는 우리 K사의 특이점 그 자체이자 기밀 정보였어.
림버스 컴퍼니는 탐색을 통해 얻는 기밀 정보들을 외부로 누설하지 않아요. 원한다면 관련 계약서를.
방금 너희의 계약서가 백지로 돌아간 것을 보고도 그런 소리가 나오니? 그런 종이 쪼가리에 내가 저당이 잡힐 수는 없는 거야. 기억 소거 절차를 진행할게.
분. 내 기억에 손을 대면 남김없이 갈라주겠어.
Slice your neck completely?
그렇게 하도록 하죠.
이 새끼. 뭐 이왕 잊어버릴 거 정정해주자면 당신들이 본 건 눈물 흘리는 것의 본체가 아니라 자식이야. 그 소중한 본체를 근본도 없는 어느 연구자에게 맡길 수 없는 노릇이잖아.
Child entity.
그래도 우리 날개의 자부심인데 그렇게 초라한 것이라 생각하면 좀 슬프거든. 아, 어차피 생각하지도 못하겠지만.
In spite of Ryoshu's menacing intimidation, following the unfriendly instructions of people who appeared to be K-Corp's high-ranked staff and fixers, we were put through a memory wipe procedure, erasing every recollection of the tearful thing from the sinners' heads. As we left, Alfonso told us to look forward to how the tears will be used in the future. The sinners had memories of seeing something in the laboratory, but none of them could recall what it was, how the tears were collected, or how HP bullets were made. Oh, what? By the way, Isang, where did you want to fly?
그저 나는 기분을 느끼는 것으로 좋았어.
What about now?
노코멘트 하겠어.
What they didn't notice, however, is that the memory wipe didn't work on me for some mysterious reason. Could I recover the sinner's wipe memory somehow? Like how I rewind their injuries using the clock? The thought occurred to me, but alas, I don't know how I would do that, and I'm not sure if it'd be possible at all. I was sure about one thing. The fact that I am retaining the memories they tried to erase must be valuable. So I decided to stay quiet about it.
하지만 관리자, 이 정도는 말하겠소. 이제는 내게 남은 것들을 마주 볼까 하오. 남은 것이란 구인회가 남긴 과오이자 내게 남은 업이요. 그러니 필요하다면 할 수 있는 한 저항을 해볼 생각이요. 바람이 불어오는 대로 흔들리고 쓰러지지는 않으려.
Ooh, we got a hardened Isang.
비껴보고 스며들기보다는 걷고자 하는 곳으로 걸으려 하기에 도와줄 수 있겠소, 단테.
Of course. That's right. Even if their memories are taken, it won't gnaw away at the determination that has firmly taken root in their hearts. Then, what is the determination that I have left? How much must I remember and witness? Thinking such thoughts, I looked at Virgilius, who was on the other side.
이 모든 걸 기억하고 지켜보는 것도 관리자의 업 중 하나일 테니까 말입니다.
You heard what I said?
탄테 씨가 자신의 말이 들렸냐고 물어보시네요.
째깍거리는 소리도 들리지 않았는데 뭔가 말이라도 했던가? 들릴 리가 없죠, 관리자 딴테. 그냥 실없이 한 소리일 뿐입니다. 그런 표정 같아서 말이죠.
Did I have facial expressions?
멈추지 않는 그 눈물의 원초적인 의미는 감격이길. 당신의 소원과 우리의 소원은 언제나 그렇듯 최선을 다해 이뤄지고 있어요.
잘 지내시오. 거울을 볼 때마다 문득 인사를 하고 나오. 인사란 서로 주고받아야 자연스러운 것이라 하지만 언젠가 전해질 거로 생각하기에 괜찮소. 이제 나는 정지하지 않을 테니 말이오. 모든 건 결국 변하지 않겠지만 나 역시도 이제 변하지 않을 테니 너무 걱정들 하지 마시오. 내 곁에는 새로이 벗들이 생겼어. 그들은 어찌 생각할지 모르겠으나 나는 이들을 벗삼으려 하오. 그럼 끝에 붙여 사는 내내 모두가 평안하시길. 이상.
Brother. He's missing.
꽃이 보이지 않는다. 꽃이 향기롭다. 향기가 만개한다. 나는 거기.
This is a different song. Oh, there. Depression cured. Good ending secured. It has backstory therapy, essentially.
불길이 나를 태운 것처럼 내 손엔 잿빛
Each sinner has their own personal additions to the song. Oh, like the one at the beginning. Yeah. Here is.
쉼없이 달려왔던
Yeah, dude was rapping.
시간들 이조차 그리워질까 어느 날 언젠가는 돌이켜볼 기억 속에 미소 지을 수 있기를 향기가 만개한다 나는 잊어버리고 재차 거기 묘혈을 판다 묘혈은 보이지 않는다 보이지 않는 묘혈로 나는 꽃을 깜빡 잊어버리고 들어간다 내게 남은 알 수 없는 시간과 이제는 나가야 할 때 자신을 태워 사라져가는 촛불과 닮아 있구나 숨 고를 새도 없이 떠밀려 던져진 날 속에 내 길을 갈 수 있기를 어느 날 언젠가는 돌이켜볼 기억 속에 미소 지을 수 있도록 나는 정말 눕는다 꽃이 멀리 멀리 날아가고 싶어 밤하늘의 새처럼 별에 닿을 수 있게 이 밤 또다시
팡팡팡팡.
찾아오겠지만 괜찮아 다 사라지네 보이지도 않는 꽃이 괜찮아
Oh, it's alright. Sometimes the most powerful words that a depressed person can hear. It's going to be alright. Truly burnt season with how fire this writing is. Good things come from those who smolder, Dan. It's finally time for our burn season to finally rekindle. Not yet. Well, we'll see where it goes, but we did commit to finishing Canto 4 for now. We did extend already. They sure are serious about eating. It amazes me how they can look so happy while eating out. I stepped out of the restaurant to briefly catch some fresh air. Blue is here. Hello? Kaworu? I didn't even notice you arrive. How long have you been there?
말했잖아. 다시 당신을 보러 올 거라고. 왜 사람은 그저 바라보는 걸로는 만족하지 못하는 걸까? 그냥 쳐다보며 향기를 맡고 그 순간을 즐기기만 해도 충분한데 눈에 담으면서 욕망을 얻고 집착을 품으면서 스스로를 갉아먹어. 거울이 처음 만들어진 것도 단지 즐기려고 한 거였잖아. 이를테면 수백 가지의 맛이 들어있는 과자 봉지랄까.
Yo, I would want that. Bag of chips with 100 flavors.
누군가 이런 생각을 한 거지.
만약 저 무한할지 모를 과자 봉지 속에 손을 뻗어 내게는 없는 내 것을 가지고 오는 방법이 있다면, 그렇게 해서 모두가 공평하게 모든 맛의 과자를 먹을 수 있다면
Infinite bag of
그건
chips.
도둑질은 아닐 거야. 어른들이 만들어 놓은 규칙에 따른다면 말이지. 그건 나로부터 빼앗는 거니까. 하늘에도 수없이 많은 별이 떠 있어. 하지만 모든 별이 다 똑같지는 않아. 다른 누군가가 봤으면 그저 희미한 빛덩어리에 불과했을지도 몰라. 하지만 반짝이는 게 너무 아름다워 보였던 누군가가 별을 가져온 다음에 모두가 볼 수 있도록 높은 곳에 걸어놓아서 어둠을 환하게 밝혔어. 사람들은 전부 기뻐하지. 자, 그러면 여기서 문제야. 나로부터 빼앗김을 당한 나와 영원히 어둠을 밝혀야만 하게 된 별은 어떻게 되는 거지? 당신의 친구들이 사용하는 거울도 다를 바 없이 그래. 그건 정말 잔인한 기술이야. 대답은 천천히 들려줘도 좋아. 그냥 나중에 양 한 마리 그려줘. 지금은 기억 못하겠지만 당신이 그려주기로 해.
To draw you a sheep? Just as I tried to say something, he vanished, leaving only a hint of a loneliness. He was nowhere to be seen, as if he returned to where he belonged. I couldn't even remember what I was trying to answer. What? Getting closer to midnight?
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만
Yeah, we just vague posting. He just popped in, started vague posting, and then left.
여전히 난 아무것도 인가.
What? Okay, we'll do Intervallo 2 next stream. And we'll also read Dante's notes next stream. Yo, wait, what happened to my exclamation points? Now I don't know what we didn't read. I swear there are exclamation points here. Gosh darn it. Well, we're gonna have to figure out what we read and didn't read. Update? Not the end of the Canto. Yeah, we had... There were notes that we didn't read, apparently, at the start of Canto 4. But I didn't read it off stream. I thought I could save it for being on stream. But now... There are entries that we haven't read. We'll find them. We'll find them next time. There were exclamation points though, so I don't know. We got tons of severed thread. All right. Yeah, congrats on the... congrats. Wow. That was a lot. I think you have to be in the right state of mind to really get into it. Do you want the PB for the next Intervallo? We could do that. Definitely relatable in terms of as someone who is clinically depressed. Definitely something you could relate to, and a very important message, very important lesson to be reminded of about what to do against all the nothingness and the meaninglessness and the questions of, will I find a home? Will I be able to fly again? The important thing first is to just walk. Just take that step. You just gotta take that first step. And after step after step after step, you'll find the path eventually, and it'll be all right. That truly was Canto 4, the unchanging. Look inside changed. Yeah, it's a very universal story in terms of what it means to really live, you know? What is the point of anything? What is the point of what we do? Despite such injustice and despite all the injustice in the world, how everything can seem meaningless. I can't believe they related it back to chickens. How they related it all the way back to chickens with their wings cut off. A lot of metaphors. This whole thing was definitely super duper metaphor heavy. And each metaphor trying to grasp some complexity of life. Eventually to come back to being thought of as chickens with their wings clipped, who can never truly fly. But in that moment, when you flap your wings, just flap your wings. And therein find the meaning of your life. Don't worry about flying high. Don't worry about crashing low. You gotta live in the moment. Now you can see Isang progress as he tries a bit harder not to be depressed. Yeah. I found that very intriguing, the lore drops as well. The first sinner. That was Faust, I'm guessing. Faust was recruiting. Faust was Samuel L. Jackson recruiting the Avengers. The first sinner. And that's where it began. And Isang would have never... Yeah, and that's kind of life, you know? Isang walked out of that square, found himself trapped still within more squares. But the fact that he took those steps was what made him cross paths with Limbus. You never really take that first step expecting the outcome that you desire or an outcome you cannot see. Sometimes that outcome will be totally different by the time you reach your journey's end. But again, the important message here is to take that step. And that it definitely is like going through therapy. Sometimes what you need is that change in perspective. What you need is that support system to help you get to that point where you start to see the same things in a different light. When it's reflected back on you. That is essentially what therapy tries to achieve to help you through the depression. It'll never be fully cured. You have to live with it. But the breakthroughs that you get is really through that them holding up a mirror to you and saying and pointing out things that you may not have seen because you were trapped in that square. And that is what is so dangerous about depression, and why it never works when people just say, be happy, right? You tell a depressed person, oh, it sounds easy to solve, just be happy. But how can you when they're stuck in that room? And I could see all the metaphors there with the pills, stuck in that room, and how you can just rely on how you can just stay in this, you can just stay stuck. Meds can't solve everything. You also need to take that step. You know, they were overdosing him to make him stay there. And our reflection was saying to minimize that. Strange seas ahead. Embark on a pelagic journey. All hands deck. Remodel the bus. Interval of 4.5. The Magic Hell Bus. All this was an elaborate Ham Ham Pang Pang ad. Everything goes back to Ham Ham Pang Pang and fried chicken. Somehow. It all leads back to chicken. I honestly locked in the story after this Canto because I've never seen a gacha handle such a human topic. Faust, I'm assembling a team. Exactly, that's essentially that. Be happy, that shit pisses me off even more, right? It was such an introspective Canto. Quite different, very different. Like, we were just basically stuck in the inner world. We were in that room along Isang and to take us on for that journey. The other sinners, yeah, I mean, they played their part, but they all play their part in Isang's therapy, in Isang's inner world therapy. And again, that's pretty much what it is. It is, the pieces are there, but what traps you in depression is just being unable to see how those pieces fit. That's how I feel personally. You know it's there. You know it must mean something. But why can't I get to that point? Why can't I just be happy? Despite... That's why it's sometimes a curse to be so self-aware while being depressed. Because you feel like you understand all these pieces individually. But how do you put it all together into a mirror to reflect your best self? You know, this allows you to actually have hope and move forward, to allow you to feel something. It gets to a point where you just get tired of looking at these pieces, much like Isang, and you just fall into nothingness and you're just so numb. It's like, I feel like I should understand myself, but something's preventing me from taking those steps. So thankfully, he's not alone with Limbus. As funny as that is, it's like, oh, we're family. We're a company, and these are our coworkers. So we're not just coworkers, they're family. But you know, sometimes you can't always pick and choose who... You cannot pick and choose who your family is, but you can certainly pick and choose your friends. And sometimes you'll never know what's on the path if you don't walk it. So yeah, it is very much backstory therapy for Isang. And I'm very glad that he was able to feel something. And yet still accepting that there are parts of you that you are you. You will still dig that grave. You still know that you cannot truly reach, you know, that we're all chickens with our wings clipped. We know all this. But Isang needed to go through this again. And have that encounter with Dongrang. Dongrang also needed to see all this. Dongbek. It is therapy for the League of Nine, who were so unjustly treated. If we want to point fingers, we can point at the corrupt officials and the dystopian city that is the city. Then, of course, their individual action in response to such injustice, how they tried to make meaning out of their own lives. They're also culpable. They're also responsible for their actions. I'm not saying that Dongrang did nothing wrong or Dongbek did nothing wrong. Each one, Dongrang, Dongbek, Isang, were three very distinct ways of how we as individuals could be in response to such an unjust system, to be within an unjust system. Dongrang, like in reality, was a Japanese sympathizer, worked with the oppressors. Dongbek, in this story, was on the revolutionary end. But she also had to lie to her fellow revolutionaries about what she truly wanted. She was still there to, like, basically just burn everything down. That is another extreme. And then Isang was there, you could say, in the middle, slanted, bending, just doing nothing, just flowing with things. It is what it is, which is also not a great way if you want things to change. Things aren't going to change. You're going to be brought along with the currents. So all three of them had to be... It is a time of reckoning for all three of them. Why it is such a depressing outcome for me, though, is that K-Corp still gets a singularity. Things still are the same for them. And they erased, to boot insult to injury, everyone forgets about the singularity except us. But I take solace in the fact that as Dante, we will remember this journey for them, and that it'll come out when it comes out. Right now, it's dangerous to tell people that I wasn't affected. If that ever gets out, that's going to even be more complicated. I understand there's a time and place for such revelations. But it just ended such on a sour note on the outside world. In the inner world, we had a breakthrough in Isang's therapeutic journey. And all three had a release. Isang, Dongbaek, Dongrang. They all had their own release after undergoing such therapy. But then when you get back to the real world with Alfonso and K-Corp and the singularity, and you just look at it, you just take a step back and just realize the house wins again. The city wins again. And it's like, when is this going to change? I suppose the game uses the power of friendship in a good way. Yeah, you do need, you can't, we are, even the most introverted lone wolf archetypes in this, as someone brought up earlier, you know that these sinners still need each other and need Dante. They just need this. They need this journey. Everyone is here on their journey. Everyone here resonates with the golden bow. Everyone here is to confront their past or confront what they're here for a reason, is what I'm saying. And they're all here together because we cannot face the fear alone. It helps to have a strong support system. The right support system. The world ends with you, so it's your job to expand your world before it's over. Oh, I thought you were referring to the game, The World Ends With You. Is that where they got the title from? I heard it as an amazing series. I only played half of it on the DS. The World Ends With You. So it's your job to expand your world before it's over. And it helps to have a support system to help explore those worlds with you. Isang's nihilism, Dongbaek's anger, Dongrang's indifference. It's the start of our cultivation. The corporations really are just like that, not just K-Corp either. Yeah, it's the whole city. The whole city is messed up from what we know. I suppose it's sad to see the greater evil is still allowed to perpetuate, but it's nice to see us overcome the immediate evils. Though in a way, I suppose the nicest message to take away is that change, as insignificant as it is in the grand scheme of world, still matters. Yeah, and it's important to be reminded of that. And on the outside, it may seem like another loss. But Isang's journey helped strengthen him. And together, it also helped strengthen us since we were with him on that journey. And as we encounter each person's fathoms, their own resonances in the golden bows, the other sinners also get to understand Isang more. And that is also a good thing. And I like how they keep reminding us, oh, we're not heroes. But really, at the end of this journey, maybe we will affect the change. Maybe we are affecting changes. You cannot change the entire city alone, not instantly. But you have to believe that you cannot change things around you if you yourself, you have to you have to love yourself first before you can spread the love. You have to help yourself first if you want to help others. So now Isang is in a better position to help others. Greg as well. Rhodia. Sinclair. Oh, Sinclair. Huge change as well for him. After their cantos, they are definitely in a more powerful position to affect change beyond themselves and the bus. Also, yeah, I suppose it's sad to see the greater evil, though in a way it matters. And together, this greater than some of their parts. The design is very human. Not heroes, not good people, but maybe they can be good to each other to one day. And in helping each other, not only do they help themselves, but they're able to help people along the way. Perhaps we'll be in a position one day with the golden bows to shape reality as we see fit. It's very Persona in that sense. If you think about it, Shin Megami Tensei. That's essentially the pattern of all Shin Megami Tensei games. It's severe mirror therapy. And when you arrive at the end and sit on the throne, what kind of world are you gonna make? Which is why, at least in the Persona side of things, social links, resolving your inner worlds and problems, supporting each other, power of friendship, altogether, you get to make the world a better place. Once you get the power to shape reality. Ideally, the one who would sit on the throne is someone who understands, or who understands humanity. And to understand humanity, you need to live as humans do. Sinclair, sure. The other two, not quite. I think Greg and Rhodia, you can expect a total change, not immediately, but I already see Greg and Rhodia being even more of a big brother and big sister kind of to the group. Greg especially, he was the first Canto, so I don't really have a frame of reference, but I feel like after Greg's Canto, he definitely opened up a bit more in support of everyone on the team. They're team players. Rhodia, things are unresolved still with, the other guy from the back streets, the armchair philosopher dude. Rhodia was shaken up by the end of it. She still tried to smile, but we noticed her quivering. Everyone, of course, is still much a work in progress. But I think it did also strengthen Rhodia in a sense that it feels less like she's trying to put on a face and that this is just really her genuine self. Are you saying that a distortion is just another Persona Palace? I've been tricked into playing a Persona like. Well, one shadows. It's very reflective of that. I mean, isn't Persona also very heavily based on psychological concepts? I heard an opinion that is part of the bigger story that their cantos more about lessons for Dante than them. They are lessons for everyone on the bus, really. But for Dante to be able to be the one to remember this, despite memory wipes, we are taking it upon us, and we are learning from them. Both are rooted in Jungian psychology. Yeah, there we go. That's the word. That's why we'll feel that we will see similarities between these. That's why that's why I was joking around that, like, oh, Sinclair school, high school simulator, dating sim. Oh man. But yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. Still really enjoying the story. I will say though, yeah, that was very lengthy for what it was. I'm glad we got through backstory therapy, but it was hella long backstory therapy. Wasn't a bad thing. It just felt like it could have been cut, not in half. But I feel like a third could have been cut off. I don't know, that's just me. Right? If we're trying to look for any critical feedback that I may have for this, you know, I feel like it was a bit too long. And we played it in 2 sessions. The whole thing about ego and distortion is Freudian. It's Isang Canto, so it's very poetic and wordy. Well, that's the thing. Even Isang didn't speak too much. It didn't feel wordy to me. It didn't feel wordy. It just felt long. It definitely didn't feel like over-yapping. The conversations were quite brief. There wasn't much monologuing. No one yapped for too long. But they yapped often. And it felt like they were starting to repeat the same ideas. It's like it get to a point where it's like, I get it. Can we move on? The pace is a bit too long, common feedback. So it's not just me, okay. I was just feeling like, oh god, it's so long. In any case, they improve on it in future cantos. They get better pacing. Look, even though they add more words, that's not the problem. The number of problems is not the word. I think what made it feel long is that I felt like it got to a point where they started to repeat the same ideas and the same themes. It's like you already hit us over the head with it 3 times. I don't need to be hit on the head 3 times more. That's what I kind of felt. After this canto, they found their stride for how to balance story and gameplay. They get better at pacing, thankfully. I feel like the random goons coming in the dungeon was bizarre and could have been integrated better. I'm pretty sure there's some lore reason behind that. I'm not really thinking hard about it. But yeah, I mean, the fights are there because the fights are there. We bump into abnormalities because they happen to be there for a reason. I'm pretty sure there's a reason why they're there. In this case, the enemies coming in were a response to outsiders to the play. They were there to disrupt the stability of the expanded domain. They were outsiders in the play and they wanted to wreck shit. That's why they were there. We're also still kind of early in the story. Some exposition still needs to be done. I wasn't here for that part of the dungeon. There's lore reason, but I feel like it's made things abrupt and disrupted pacing a bit. Vitally important to show the zombies heavily later for things, and they came in at kind of random times. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah. Exposition still needs to be done. Yeah, I didn't really mind the exposition, really. In fact, I welcomed it because I do want to learn more about the world and the concepts and all that. The zombies are important. I trust. I mean, again, I trust the writers that everything introduced will become relevant for sure. I trust that. I'm trying to go back more to how Isang's story and the whole backstory therapy was delivered. So I'm fine with all the exposition, the world building, the lore concepts. I would get it if they came in during peak emotional periods because Dongbaek's psyche is being damaged, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's like how the distortion in Hell's Chicken, how that was crucial to understanding what we're going through now. The Canto has the most ties to the past, present, and future of PM's works than any other Canto or chapter of any other games. Yeah, we got some very fun lore drops there. For sure. I'm looking forward to seeing what the next Intervalo will be like. But let's start winding down, chat. I'm not sure if I have anything else to say about it. Let's watch the trailer. Hold on. This is the one, I think. What? Eh? Season 2 Reminiscence. Is this the one? Okay, we'll need the link again. I was yapping too much. Sorry about that. No, but overall, Isang's Canto again. In a way, it's one of the more hopeful cantos. Intervalo time. I don't trust this. I don't trust this at all.
수리분이신가요? 이제 돌아가서 밀린 작업이나 마저 해야겠어요.
날씨는 좀 선선해도 할만할 것 같은데. 다들 연장 챙기죠.
Both works fixture Ishmael.
자, 다들 아가리 벌려. 안심하고.
Soda Ryoshu?
자, 변신 완료.
Soda Honglu.
만선이에요.
What did I just watch? The IDs that sparked the Korean gender war? The hell? Well, that's what we're going to be expecting next stream. No, but chat. Today, in 8 hours, Nevernest Everness is coming out. So next stream, whether that be scheduled or not, later / tomorrow or tomorrow, we're going to be checking out Nevernest Everness. Basically, some were pissed that swimsuits aren't open. Oh, I see. Because it's not fan servicey enough for them. SEA being the tagline, which is strange seas ahead. Embark on a pelagic journey. All hands on deck to remodel the bus. My god. Gacha gamers would be upset over the weirdest things. I don't know if I've yapped about it, but speaking of Hamam Pang Pang, they had the sinner's favorite food as meals you can buy. You can dig into it next stream. They eventually led to the artist leaving the company. Oh no. That sucks. But yeah, people have been talking about Ham Ham Pang Pang and how their stuff are related to the story and everything. CG should be slightly different from this interval forward. No. The art was so good though. Well, I hope that artist is happier. Man. Shame on the toxic fan base for driving good artists away. If they don't want open swimsuits, they don't want open swimsuits. It's not that kind of game. If you want open swimsuits, play Nikkei or something. They will be from same artist to mix the ID art? Okay. Some of them physically appeared before the company office. That is terrifying. It's like when some Chinese gacha fans threatened the physical company. That's terrifying. I'm finding someone to raid. Hirekaras going through housing in Final Fantasy XIV. Ember Setsuna, Arknight's Enfield. Emi Hime, Arknight's Enfield. Man, why is it so hard to choose a raid target? Also, some union leader decided to score political points on easy target. Oof. Shadow Matters playing Resident Evil 2. What is Blue Fox Riani up to? Skyrim. Heavily modded Skyrim. That led to them also losing a webcomic? No, why can't we have nice things? All right. I'll leave in the hands of Blue Fox Riani, who plays a lot of really modded Skyrim. Over 4,000 mods, can you believe that? Well, I hope they've been able to recover from that controversy and that shit show. I mean, it's an incredible story so far. And I hope they continue to keep going. So next stream, we're going to be checking out Neverness to Everness if it's good enough to include in our gacha rotation. But don't fear, we're also going to be jumping back into Limbus Company for Intervallo 2 and Dante's Notes, which we have to catch up on because I didn't read some of the entries. So yeah, Canto 4 was... I've enjoyed all the Cantos for what they were. Canto 1, Canto 2, Canto 3. Hell's Chicken was fun. Everything. Canto 4 was grueling and long. I feel like I'm so wrung out and tired mentally, physically, and emotionally. But that is part of the experience and part of the story. So yes, we will decompress in Neverness to Everness, and what this is a beach episode, we'll be finally get another break that we deserve. We didn't get it in Hell's Chicken. I hope we get it in here. Thank you everyone for dropping in. If you wish to become a part of the Tabletop Cinema community, we have our Discord, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. Thank you for all the new faces, all the new follows. Thank you for being here. And to all the sleeper agents who found us through the VODs. I'll be uploading these again on... I keep all our VODs on YouTube. I'll drop you off at Blue Fox Riani. Always a cozy fun time over there. Yeah, the beach episode, literally. Next session. But friends, thank you so much to all you sleeper agents who share your insights and help us appreciate this story even more than I would have experienced it alone. I've learned so much from you all, from gameplay to narrative to historical references and all that. And I've just been enjoying this, what Project Moon has given, what the writers have given us, even more thanks to all that. So don't stop. Don't stop being passionate about this game. Don't stop sharing your thoughts. I'm here to listen, and you guys are making it really fun and memorable. So I hope you can join us for the beach episode next time. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I'm sure we're gonna have some fried chicken. We're gonna play some volleyball and all that. Take care, everyone. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a great day. And I'll see you all on the beach. Bye-bye.